because I am now facing a wall. My mic is also near that wall.
So the mic's just like, what's going on back here? What's happening? Hey guys, it's Alex O'Neill here. I got Scott with me and Jarrett Green and Justin Graffius as our guests. We're gonna do some bonus content.
Hey,
Right
remember
now.
when I said I didn't have Audacity open?
Well, I
Why,
mean,
why are you doing this?
you can still do a sound check during bonus content, just talk about things. Oh yeah, see right there. That's how you do it.
You know what? Fine.
Scott, how is life treating you?
Fairly well.
Are you excited
Let's
for
see.
school?
No.
No, yeah, neither am I.
Who's excited for? Who's ever excited for school?
Nerds.
True.
Fucking nerds. I mean, there was a time in my life where I was excited about school.
Yeah, it's called elementary school when your brain wasn't developed enough to realize how bad school was.
Yeah, that's actually pretty accurate.
But it was just getting up and going someplace, and you're like,
Well,
"Oh,
I think he's referring. I think he is referring to the time where he wasn't able to actually go.
Well,
He wasn't physically
no.
able to get up and go.
I'm not cheating, Scott. I'm not saying I'm excited for school because I don't have to go to it.
No.
There was a time in college where I was really stoked about it. Now it's not. Now it's just I have to go to this place and sit there for hours and that's it. The end. Then I come home and I play video games and I get naked. That's the full list, beginning to end. So anyway, Scott, life. Anything interesting happen?
Let's see. Casey's moved up to college.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
He's that old?
He's that old.
Fuck, man! I always forget how old your brothers are.
Yeah.
Shit. Although he looked like a fully grown, fully stocked Guido by the last time I saw him, I think.
fully stocked Guido."
Acts like one too.
That's fucking perfect.
How do you what is
a fully
required
stocked?
to be fully stocked?
I don't know. His muscles are big enough that I can call him fully stocked, and it makes sense when you say it. Yeah, he acts like it too. That makes it all the more perfectly complete. Fuck, where is he going to school?
Dowson.
Oh, okay, yeah. Party school, party hardy, devil horns. I don't know, something.
Party devil horns, whatever.
whatever. Phone hands. I don't know.
Sure. Phone hands.
Phone hands.
Nothing says rock and roll like four fucking hands.
4 hands.
Four hands.
Four hands.
The Indian goddess Shiva. Nothing says rock and roll like her.
Oh yeah.
Cool. What about Will? Has Will moved out?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
He still has to wait.
Okay. And you? How are you doing?
Pretty good. They
Still
just
going
came in
to
my room.
Still going to
about
HCC?
this. Yeah.
Cool. We're gonna party hardy there. That's what we're gonna do. Foam hands.
No.
Okay.
Hey, I'm doing the
Oh
podcast.
god, people are attacking Scott.
Jesus.
I'm gonna mute Scott until he's ready.
Someone's
he
stealing
goes.
his lunch money right now.
Someone is stealing Scott's lunch money as we speak. God. Anyway, Scott, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. They should know by now, but yeah.
Yeah. So nothing happened in your life, Scott. That's what you're getting at here.
Nothing real interesting.
Okay. Nobshin's here now. Yeah, we started bonus content because I made us wait so long. Nobshin. All right, we'll move on. Justin, how about you?
Hi.
I haven't spoken to you in 2 months.
2 months, maybe that's how long I was away.
It was
guess.
when you
Maybe.
came here was the last time we hung out or spoke.
True. I need to come down and visit again.
Yeah. Well, Extra Life is soon, so.
True, but I might visit before that.
All right. Well,
Maybe.
I've got a very comfy couch and an even more comfortable air mattress, so.
That air mattress was amazing.
I'm glad it got the job done. I think Jarrett, when he was here, he slept on
Poor Jarrett.
the couch, the love sack, and the air mattress all at different time periods during the day.
Yeah,
I
in
got
one
the job
night.
Took some skill, but you got it there. How's life, Jason?
Life is pretty much life. Still the same. Work, pretty boring.
Work, boring.
Nothing exciting at all.
Video games. You went to Otakon.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I guess that's
relatively recent.
exciting.
I guess that's okay, whatever. How was that?
Did you see Tony?
Yeah, did you see Tony?
No, I didn't see Tony at all. I was surprised I saw friends from last year there. Like, I walked by and all of a sudden there they were, and we started talking. No, I didn't see Tony though. Unless
Did you
he
meet
saw
all
me.
random girls again?
Yo,
Yo.
Maybe. No, it was fun. Got a lot of stuff, I think. First time I was there, they have this artist auction, like silent auction, I guess, where you don't know who's bidding. You just kind of put like a sticker on, and it knows it's you. This was like the first year where I actually bid on things, and I actually won things.
So you had money to blow, is what you're saying.
It was like $25.
Okay.
I got lucky.
All right. Good.
25, 30? I think it was 30. Yeah.
Every time I think of an auction, I immediately think of Wind Waker, and then I think of like how poor I am. It's usually they're like seconds apart.
Yeah, I'm not dumb enough where I'm going for the one that everybody else is going for, because my likes are so fucking far away from everybody else's, so I won't have that problem.
You got that hipster cred, man.
Literally, one of them, I was the only one who bet on. The other one, I bet on first because I knew there was nobody else bidding on the other ones that the person made. So I'm like, well, this one I have to get because of obvious reasons, which I'll say what they are eventually. And I bet on it, and then I came back the next day, and somebody bid on it $1 more. And I'm like, well, then I looked, and I'm like, okay, the same guy just bid $1 on all these other ones because there wasn't like a minimum you could put. Well, I was the nice guy that put like $10 or something like that because I felt like the art needed, like that artist deserved it. I thought it was really good.
you need this.
You need this more than I do, that's for sure.
And he bid $1 more than me, and I'm like, all right, screw this guy. I'll go up to 15 because some of the other ones that they
Fuck
had.
that guy.
Cause fuck that guy.
Yeah, and he didn't bid over me, so I won it. The
Yeah,
one
suck of that twat. Whoever that guy is out there.
but the one that I bid by myself on came in a nice like wooden frame, and it was like kind of like a Japanese art style. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like that of Okami, and it was the two characters, Mr. Bamboo and Kaguya. If anybody remembers who they are at all.
I'm like dying over here, I know.
Yeah.
Wait,
sounds
I wasn't
awesome.
paying attention? Wait, who?
Kaguya and Mr. Bamboo.
She's like his
Oh.
adoptive daughter. I don't think you've met her yet.
Okay.
And they had two other ones, but that one was my favorite because actually Kaguya was one of my favorite characters in the game. So I'm like,
she's
I have to
adorable.
bid on this. And I want it. It's beautiful. Maybe tomorrow I'll send you a picture, Alex, and whatever. People can see it that way.
Please do
Uh,
that.
Yes, please.
You should have linked the video, by the way, Alex.
Oh yeah, I fucking totally blanked on that. I'm usually
Yeah,
pretty
Mark's
good.
asking for that.
And the other art I got, which, if you know me, totally makes sense. And if you listen to my Bex, plug. It's pitch, and this artist had all of them, and it's Sailor Uranus from Sailor Moon, obviously, and she's dressed up as a warrior outfit from Final Fantasy X-2, which is the one that Pain wears. And it
I
looks
get it.
Amazing. and the other ones were the other Sailor Scouts in other dress spheres as pictures, and they were so well done. And I had to get this one, and I'll also take a picture of that one. Actually, hold on. I actually have them. I might have actually posted them on Twitter already, but I will do it again. But that's really it.
All right. So
Nothing
you
else.
had a good time generally.
Yes. It was really fun.
Good. I approve, I guess. You have the Irrational Passion seal of approval. Cool. Anything else? Nothing happened in your life since?
Oh, I just looking through the pictures. It's nothing crazy or anything.
Okay.
But for beer people, if you're looking for a really good beer for the autumn season, while I was down in Maryland, I went to a beer shop, and they had their fall beers out already. And I'm looking, and all of a sudden I see one by UFO. And I'm like, okay,
Go on.
oh, this is good. And it has a pumpkin on it. And literally it's called UFO Pumpkin. It tastes exactly like you would be drinking pumpkin pie.
Oh, yes.
It was amazing.
All right, I know where I'm going tomorrow.
Yeah, so anybody out there, you should drink it. Seal of approval, 10 out of 10. It's amazing. It's addictive. 10 out of 10. Like, especially if you like pumpkin pie. Like, probably put some whipped cream in it, and it tastes even probably better. I probably should try that. I'm going to try that.
Dude. Sounds good. I'm a big fan of Harpoon and UFO, so you know I'm all about that. Cool. Jarrett, what about you? How's life?
I've been sick this week.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I know how
left,
that feels, so...
I left work Friday, and I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling great. But then I got home, took some ibuprofen, and then suddenly I was sick. I'm feeling better now, but
I took Advil and then I died.
I got better.
yeah, I got better.
Oh, better.
It still kind of sucked, because I was going to go do shit today, but that was what doing shit meant. I hibernated in my room.
Good.
Which is fine. I mean, that was probably going to happen anyway, but now I have an excuse and blame it on sickness.
That is the O'Neill way of doing things, I'll tell you that much.
And I'm sorry to cut you off, Jared, but I just sent you the picture.
I saw
as
it.
well as another one of
But
another
Kanye
piece I
West, the best
found.
rapper of all time.
Yeah.
I fucking love
Story
that
was
shit.
good and all. But this is the best it's ever been. I watched some Doctor Who.
Okay.
I'm watching Doctor Who.
Here's the thing, though. I had seen most of the first... I know I've seen all of the first, like, new season. And some of, like, the first David Tennant season. And, like, hated it.
Yeah.
So I just stopped watching it.
Okay.
Be still my heart.
But the new one's starting, like, I
Right
guess
now.
today.
Right
But
now,
there's been a
yeah.
marathon for, like, days.
Yeah.
So I've been kind of watching some of the Matt Smith stuff. Still don't think I like it, but I mean, I wasn't in a condition to negotiate with what was going in my face a couple hours ago. So.
You're like, I guess I have to watch this.
Yeah, like my remote was somewhere, and I just didn't want to go find it. So I was like, well, I guess I'm watching fucking Doctor Who thing.
Yeah. That's the way to do it. All right, I'm sorry you're sick. I'm glad you're feeling better. There's Triablo in your life now, so
Yeah, there's.
that's pretty good. I can't believe you had not played any iteration of Diablo 3.
I completely missed Diablo because it came out on the PC first, and my PC can't run that shit. So I completely wrote it off, and then it ended up on PS3, and I was gonna buy that. When I worked my old job, my boss was gonna get Diablo 3 as well. We were gonna play it together. Then I left that job, and then we hadn't talked about it. Then he kind of just bought it and beat it without me. I was like, cool.
You're like, fuck that guy.
Then I heard it was coming out on the next gen, so I figured I would just wait until that happened, and then it did. So
And here we are.
this is the definitive version, dude. Anyway, it's got all the DLC and all that kind of shit.
It's got all the hotness in it. Yeah, I didn't expect to buy it this week. I was thinking about maybe getting it in like 2 weeks. But then peer pressure from Twitter came in. Now I started playing it, and I'm like, oh, I love this game, so...
Well, I realized like the next game I'm probably going to buy is Destiny. And that's, what, 3 weeks away-ish?
Yeah, it's like 2 weeks now.
Probably. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck time is anymore. But
2 weeks from Tuesday.
so I figured that'll happen. So that'll be the next game I buy, but until then, it'll be me getting frustrated with like The Last of Us multiplayer, and then staring at my TV and playing Diablo 3 until that happens. So.
Yeah, Diablo 3 is a good comfort food. We can play Last of Us multiplayer together. We'll wreck shop.
It's tough. I mean, I'll go more into it when we're talking about what we're playing.
Yeah.
But fuck that, by the way. The multiplayer, fuck that.
All right, I'm curious. Nabashin, what about you?
I just started my new job this week. That's pretty much all that's really happened this week.
The end. Thanks, Nabashin.
Yeah.
How's that treating you? We talked about it, but these other guys didn't hear that.
Is it still
I
giant?
like repeat. Is it still giant? No, it's Food Line.
Okay.
Whichever. The same thing.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, it's like I was telling now, it's just pretty much it's the same thing but different all at the same time. Like it's funny too. Like almost every the first day I started working, and like I was just doing my job and stuff like that, and was like pretty much doing the same, but it wasn't the same. I just think about this like this is a stupid reference, but yeah, for some reason it popped in my head that episode of Rugrats when Susie, the first episode, Susie showed up, and then like she was trying to find her room, but she couldn't find her room anywhere. And it was like, oh, you could live in this like moving van, and then she just cries out, "It's not the same!" That was in my head the entire day. It was like for some reason that, and there's a guy who works there, and his name is Dino, and I kept thinking Dino Spumoni. But yeah,
The best singer of all time, Dino Spumoni.
That's fucking awesome. I don't know what you're complaining about now.
I'm not complaining. It's just,
I know.
I miss those people I used to work with. They were fun. Other than that, though, if I'm not doing that, I'm hanging with my nephews. If I ain't doing that, I'm hanging with Mark and Katie. I saw The Birdcage for the first time. That's a great movie.
Yeah.
You ever see that?
I have not seen that.
Robin Williams.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I've never seen that before, and Katie just sat me down like, "Oh, we should totally watch this." And we watched it, and yeah,
Nathan Lane.
Yeah, Nathan Lane was great in that movie too.
What movie?
The Birdcage.
Oh yeah, I heard about it, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, that I recommend this on Netflix right now. Yeah, that's pretty much been my week. Yeah, there's nothing else has really happened. Just working. And that's a thing I got to get used to again. I've been like 3 weeks away from it. And like I'm happy to actually do shit again because like my God, I was like dying just like doing nothing, but now I'm just dying being at work. It's a vicious cycle. But I'll get used to it eventually. Then I'll be like, oh, it's like a daily routine thing, and it'll be fine. So it's just a matter of just getting used to it. But yeah, that's all for me.
Cool. My life has been totally equally as not interesting as all of yours, I guess, to like make it a passive-aggressive insult to all of you. It was like, it's my last week before school starts, so I've just been like specifically not wearing any clothes as often as I can. Like, there was a point at Wednesday evening where I realized that I had successfully not put on pants like until 7 p.m. and I woke up at 6:30. 6:30 a.m. I should say.
That's funny. You do have to say.
I do have to say it. It's like, well, it's not a big accomplishment if you were just naked until you woke up 30 minutes beforehand. Yeah, I had a nice relaxing week, save for like all of the ridiculous horror games that I decided to play, which just caused me to completely not sleep ever.
Did you try the one that I suggested, the Denabishin?
No, I haven't, because I can only handle so much at one time.
Nabishin, did you ever take a look at that one?
No, I never got a chance to. Like I said, this is my week. I started working, so I never got a chance to.
Okay.
I try not to leave the house. I I hung out with my brother and his girlfriend a lot. We went out to dinner, like went to fancy dinner on Tuesday.
How is she?
Aaliyah? Oh, she's great. It's weird. Like she like runs 5K marathons now, and like a year ago, she couldn't use her legs.
I know, right? That's funny.
It's not funny, but it's really weird.
How much could she actually not use her legs? Like literal not use her legs?
Well, like she got like a bad staph infection on her legs, and she was like pretty much paralyzed. But
yeah,
then,
it was weird.
Yeah, with physical therapy, she got on crutches, and she was on crutches for like 6 months. And now she doesn't need them anymore, and she's running marathons, and she goes running like every day. It's like super awesome and impressive.
You go, girl.
So props to her. But yeah, this has been the week where I was like, all right, if you guys really want to play Dungeons and Dragons, we have to sit down and hash this out. So that's what we kind of did this week.
What edition are you playing?
We were playing 4th edition.
You still didn't invite. Fuck you,
I'm sorry, Scott. I don't know. Like I'll text you, Scott, and you'll just like 4 days later you'll respond with, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see that." That'll just happen on occasion.
Tell her hi next time you see her. Hey, Aaron Derek.
Yeah, I will. I told them that you had moved back to Virginia, so yeah, it was good. It's like I hadn't seen my brother in like 2 months, save for like Gus pickups and Gus drop-offs. But other than that, yeah, we had been hankering to see each other because we hadn't hung out since Game of Thrones ended. That was our get-together thing. But we had like a lovely time at dinner. It was like beautiful. We ate outside. We were all dressed like classy. It was the perfect weather, and we went to my favorite restaurant ever, which is in Baltimore. It's called the Woodbury Kitchen. And
That's a funny way to say Chipotle.
Well played. I earned that one. But like they have like all local foods, and like as far as like getting local drinks, they don't go past like New Jersey or DC. So it's very local. It's very fresh. It's very delicious, and it was perfect and amazing. And so I had a good time with them. And
how's your all organic lifestyle now? Is it tolerable now?
Don't even fucking do that.
Okay.
I go out into the kitchen, I think it was like Thursday, just completely in my underwear. I'm like, because my roommate Ethan has been having this girl over for like 2 weeks now, like consistently. And I like peeked out, he's like, she's not here. So I go out, he's like, oh, you want to try something cool? And he pulls out this Whole Foods bag. I'm like, oh, fucking here we go. And he hands me a grape, he's like, here, try this. I'm like, what is it? He's like, just try it, man. Why don't you just try new things? and I bite into it, and like to me, it's like an extra sweet grape. He's like, then I got this weird flavor, and he's like, it's a cotton candy grape. Isn't that like the coolest thing you've ever had? And I'm like, it's all right, I guess.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah,
that sounds like horrible. That sounds horrifying.
It's like I like regular grapes, so I'm okay with just eating grapes.
And grapes are kind of
like I don't need cotton candy grapes.
Like,
yeah, right.
Grapes on their own are sweet enough.
Yeah, it was like an extra sweet grape, and I'm right there with you, Scott.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I'd be like, hey, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a cool thing.
Am I gonna get like scurvy from that? I'm sure that'll give me some kind of disease.
It's funny because Damien and I went to Whole Foods. God, fuck. We went to Whole Foods, and we specifically went when we knew Ethan wasn't working and he was busy and he couldn't know that we went. And he just got a whole bag of cotton candy grapes, and then we ate the whole bag while we were playing fucking Outlast. So I don't know. It all came full circle in me. Although I only had like 5. He had the rest. So.
What is that?
Anyway, don't even listen.
What is that?
What is that?
What's what?
What is what?
I have no idea what you guys are talking about right now.
Go ahead, Scott. Say whatever you're gonna say. Let's non sequitur this shit.
All right. I was gonna ask you, since you brought up Outlast, what horror games did you play other than Outlast?
We will get into that in just a little bit. God,
This is true.
I literally can't anytime I have to transition into something different, I can't not say just a little bit. Like, it is sickeningly impulsive. I think
It's your catchphrase.
it's my catchphrase. It's my go-to. Yeah, that's all really happened this week. I played like a sample combat D&D sesh with Leah and Derek last night, my brother and his girlfriend, for people's reference, and Leah was like drunk, and I was a little bit drunk the whole time, and all she did was question the rules. I'm like, God damn it, these are the rules, just follow them!
I don't.
Yeah, then she would be like, I don't believe you. Like, I had to explain to her how opportunity attacks work, and she's like, well, that doesn't make sense that if you're just trying to run past someone. I'm like, no, what doesn't make sense is someone letting you run past them.
Yeah, you know how I've explained it? I've actually picked someone up out of their chair and had them stand there, and then ran by them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, now, if you have a sword in your hand, I'm running by you, wouldn't you want to swing at me?
Yeah.
I should know that, but if I do it anyway, you get a bonus to do that, because I'm an asshole, and so are you.
It was, I think, what she was like really getting hung up on is that if you're going like 4 squares past someone, then they get like 4 opportunity attacks for every square that you're going
Every
through.
time you pass in a threatened square.
Yeah.
Every single threatened square.
And it was like we had a whiteboard grid. That's what we use, and I'm like drawing this square around the enemy to demonstrate like where he can be provoked. And she's like, I just don't get it. I'm like, God, what do you want me to say? But we had a good time, kind of. Anyway, that was it. That was my week. I had a good week. Played a lot of Zillia too. There weren't a lot of pants, so I can't complain. Let's start the show. Did I play Pata? I did. I played Pata 3 times this week with three different groups of people.
Okay, that's okay. I was like, why? Never mind.
Well, I do love it, and I will get into that. But
all right, that's good.
Yeah. All right. Does everybody have Audacity open? Scott, are you ready? Nobshin, you ready?
Yeah, I already did my sound check and everything.
Cool. Scotty.
Yep.
Cool. Then on 1 we will hit record, and together we will go on this adventure.
But you didn't ask if I was ready.
Yeah.
I might not be ready.
You said that you were ready before.
But I could, in that hour, I could not be ready now.
Are you ready, Justin?
Yes.
Jarrett, are you ready? To cover my fucking bases so you don't get the sass with me as well.
I'm pretty ready.
All right. There's no
What
news.
about
this
me?
week.
Don't I get a second?
I already asked you! God damn it! What do you want from me? Oh, it's Dungeons and Dragons all over again. This should be a shorter show, Jarrett, because there's no news. So.
Famous last words.
Famous last words. It's so true. This will be a short show. 2 hours, 45 minutes later.
Yeah, it gets
God
like 4
damn
hours.
it!
This is the entire segment. We're done.
Yeah. We skipped a segment last week, and it was still 2 hours and 30 minutes. Anyway.
You had emails?
Yeah.
You get it from Peoples?
Oh, let me check. I'll check it before.
Thank you.
We'll start recording. All right, so on
They're
1,
watching
guys.
right now, so I gotta make sure.
Yeah. On 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit.
I think like our connection. I'm gonna jinx it right here, but our connection actually seems.
Seems real strong till we all
relatively-
break off.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
for now.
that is true.
So what you're saying is don't click the red button at the top to leave call.
Probably.
Well, until you highlight it, it's gray. Or
Yeah. There you go.
True.
Really, it's red for me.
It stays red.
That's because you're on a wrong computer.
All right. Don't you get this fucking Mac PC elitist shit going on me, Scott? I expect better from you of all people.
Oh, well, no, it's just your computer at this point.
Okay. I can accept that. Although I love my computer.
I will be right back. I'm sorry.
God damn it!
Actually, I'm gonna try and chug my beer and take a piss before we actually start.
That sounds super good. Silver PR voicemail.
All right, now piss.
Now for the peeing part. I just watched Olivia Wilde's bucket challenge because I love Olivia Wilde. Just wanted to share that with you all.
Cool.
Sorry, Jarrett. You just don't understand. That's all it is.
I mean, I can see why someone would love Olivia Wilde.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's actually rather understandable.
Okay.
I just didn't watch her bucket challenge because I don't think I love her as much as you do.
Probably not. Like, it's just uncomfortable at this point with me, so. Alright. That is an email? Excuse me. Boom, boom. Alright, now we wait. Now we play the waiting game.
Okay.
Sorry to the people watching. This is the boring part of the video.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry.
Hashtag sorry,
At
not sorry.
this point, we're right before the show. We don't have anything to talk about.
Yeah, like we're saving it all.
For the show.
We're saving the sexy.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
God damn it, Nobish. It's alright. Justin went to pee. So.
Okay.
And possibly get another beer. I don't know. I don't know his fucking life.
I don't fucking know what he does anymore.
Are we gonna have like a 45-minute discussion about Ferguson on this episode, Jarrett? She and me bring the political talk. Political corner with Jarrett and Alex.
I mean, if you don't want this show to go 9 hours,
Very true. Sorry, I've complained enough on Twitter about how shit.
I don't know. I'm not sure there's a whole lot to say anymore. Like,
Yeah.
for the most part, people have stopped shooting at each other with non-lethal projectiles.
Yeah, I complained a lot on Twitter like 2 weeks ago. I'll say. When I went.
Now you're shooting with your internet words against emails and bullshit.
Yeah.
Last week was a rough week for Twitter.
Yeah, man, it's been real rough.
Phil
Rough
Fish
too,
going fucking
man.
ham, and then people went ham on Phil Fish, and then he's like, "Fuck it, I'm going to sell my company.
Yeah.
You guys can eat a
That's
dip."
nothing new.
And I'm
Yeah.
like, no one gives a fuck about Fez 2 anyway.
Yeah, it's like, it's that whole. I kept just like randomly on at intervals tweeting that video link of like people aren't talking about Phil Fish, they're talking about the idea of Phil Fish, and I kept like posting it on Facebook randomly, and like I'm in like a bunch of Facebook groups that talk about video games, and like 9 people posted stuff like pictures of Phil Fish's tweets, and were like, God, what an asshole. And I would just post the video link to the people don't complain about Phil Fish, they complain about the idea of Phil Fish, and then I would unsubscribe from the thread and never look at it ever again. And I got a couple of people like PM me and say like, hey, thanks for sharing that. That was really insightful. I'm like, you are part of the good ones. Congratulations.
The lucky ones.
Yeah, the lucky few.
Yeah.
So I'm
Price war against indie games now, so it sucks.
Oh, God, everything sucks. Game industry is just one fucking dramatic sweep after another every week now at this point. So
Can we start the show? I'm sorry.
well before just quick, very quick.
Yeah,
Before we
Justin.
start, did you guys see the Persona 4 Arena Ultimax?
is no
Trailer.
Troy Baker.
No,
That's what Namishin told me, and I got sad.
I just found that out.
I don't
like,
know when
yesterday.
it came out, but it's the Adachi and Marie
Marie one.
gameplay
Yeah.
one.
Mhm.
So about their nicknames, they are so damn hilarious.
Oh,
I don't know if you
haven't
know
seen
him.
those
Adachi's is the egocentric police dick.
yet. Yeah, accurate.
Yeah. And then Marie's is, hold on, the antisocial poet of the Hollow Forest. And I'm like, that is fucking awesome.
Good. I like it.
Yes.
God, Marie is so awesome. I love her singular connected words.
So good.
They make me laugh.
They do.
So is there like legitimately no news that happened this week?
I really don't know.
There was news.
What happened, Jarrett? Lay it on me.
Well, saw a bunch of layoffs at Sucker Punch.
Oh yes.
That
For
sucks.
starters, all those horror game announcements, including Resident Evil Revelations 2 and another Alone in the Dark for some fucking reason.
I think the Sucker Punch one is more just downsizing because they just did the whole DLC thing, and now they're just like now we need to focus on a new thing. So that's probably pretty much.
That's what I
It's
thought.
just downsizing.
From what I was getting, that there was a lot of that there's no specific numbers for how many people were laid off, but it's
Okay.
normally a downsizing sort of effort. So that's kind of where the news came from. It isn't very transparent of what the layoffs are really like, what the calls for.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, because like they just finished the DLC thing, so it's okay. It's normal, not okay, but normal
Normal to assume
to get rid of contractors and stuff. So yeah. What were the two game announcements? Alone in the Dark 2? That is weird.
And Alone in the Dark Illumination, I think it's called. But there's no word of whether it's like a remake or a reboot of the original ones or of the 2008 one. It's just there's going to be a trailer or official reveal at PAX, and then it's going to come out in October or some shit.
Weird.
And Resident Evil Revelations 2. That's fucking weird.
I like Revelations. I never finished it though.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting it on like PS3 just to play it because it looked fun.
Swing Cop first came out. That's kind of news.
There you go.
And then, like, as soon as it came out, like 25 copies of it came out.
There you go.
Listen.
Yeah. Yeah, and then all the Twitter bullshit. So.
Yeah, no news. We just discussed the whole thing.
We'll see. We'll visit the things that I wrote those things down, and we'll visit them when we get to them. I'm ready. We all ready?
I'm ready.
Cool. Actually, give me one moment.
So you weren't ready.
I wasn't. You're right, Scott.
So you're a filthy fucking liar.
You are correct.
Come on, you had to see that coming.
You know what? I should have.
I do it all the time.
Excuse me, I have to cough out a lung first.
Gotta tell people leave me alone.
Fish played Street Fighter. On
Fish?
Twitch. Yeah.
Like the band?
No, like two
No,
fish.
an actual fish.
Like a goldfish and a black goldfish were in the same tank playing Street Fighter against each other.
Awesome.
Wait.
Who won?
Link?
The goldfish, actually, they played Street Fighter 2 and then Street Fighter 2 Turbo. The Street Fighter 2, the goldfish won so much, like, beat the other fish, like, 68 to, like, 30 or something like that.
So what
One
you're
of
telling me
them-
is that Goldfish and everybody else that was rooting for that one are racist.
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to
For
say,
being
is
out the
this
black
like,
one.
is this redefining
So
racial
are,
stereotypes?
what is it? Always Godlike, the pro gamer team, they sponsored it. So there's there's like Always Godlike T-shirts with the goldfish on it.
I think the real question is whether they use a gamepad or use a fight stick.
Were they using fight sticks?
That's the real question right now.
Can we start the show?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm good now. It is Saturday, August 23rd, 2014, and you're listening to the Irrational Passions podcast. I'm Alex O'Neill. With me this week, I have Scott Guthier,
Hello.
Brian Jackson, also known as Nabashin186.
Challenge accepted. I didn't have anything because I've been busy all week, but it's written down. It'll come probably next week, so get ready for that.
Okay, and we have lovely guests this week. Writer extraordinaire, editor, man with a plan, Jarrett Green is here.
He lies. I have no plans.
And our good friend of the show, host of Malicious Pod X, and all-around awesome JRPG buddy of mine, Justin Graffius is here. The Sigma Omega.
And also the king.
Also the king. The king himself has graced us with his presence. My liege. Thank you.
I try.
We have a good show lined up for you guys. Or at least I'd like to hope so. If you would like to see our pre-show bullshit, which is exceptionally elaborate this week, I'm just going to say that, so it encourages you to watch it. You can go to youtube.com/irrationalpassions. That's where the video version of this is. And there's this whole things that happen before we even start recording. It's fun. You guys would like it, probably, if you like us, maybe. But let's get right into the show. To wrap some stuff up beforehand, here's some house cleaning for you all. Jarrett, Jacob, and I actually got together and recorded a Walking Dead spoiler cast this week. I know it's hard to believe, but it happened.
Right before the season finale? Suspicious.
Right, maybe we have the inside tip right there. It's we know what's
Gross.
actually coming. Just it's good. We went on for like way longer than I expected, but we had a lot to say, kind of generally speaking, about the season as a whole. We'll see what happens. The season finale comes out next week. By the time you're listening to the audio version of this, it'll probably already be out, and we will be discussing it ideally Thursday I don't know what day that is.
28th, maybe?
28th, 29th.
Ish.
28th.
Next Thursday, or this coming Thursday, we will be discussing the finale and the season, and you will be able to hear our thoughts. In other news, on IrrationalPassions.com, the home of Irrational Passions podcast, weirdly enough, monthly passions for July finally went up. I'm sorry, there was a posting error for that, and I got it up. And I put a post up about Alex Plays Zelda, kind of explaining why I'm doing it, if you didn't already know, with some links to the series. So there you go. You can finally watch Alex Plays Zelda embedded in IrrationalPassions.com. What you've all been waiting for, I'm sure.
With bated breath.
Bated breath, indeed.
Bating breath.
Bating breath. Wind Waker's going strong right now, so I gotta record more episodes of that. By the way. So let's talk about video games. We talked about video games around these parts, at least as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know. So I'm gonna go first. I've got a...
How come I never go first?
I was actually thinking it was like either gonna be me or you. You can go first, Nabishin. I'll go after you.
No, fuck you. You go first. I think you're second.
Charity.
What are you talking about? Didn't like not
say you're
first last
leftover.
time?
No, Nabishin went second last time.
Oh,
you don't
okay.
need my affirmative action bullshit.
I'm better than that.
Okay. I don't know what you are actually better than in that case, but okay.
Everything.
Everything. So I played some video games, played some Wind Waker HD. It's not on my list because I didn't play it this week, but videos of me playing it went up this week. That game continues to be awesome. Right now, at the time of this recording, I'm about to go into the Tower of the Gods. So we're going to see how that goes. That game is like way prettier than I remember it being, and I only played it a few months ago. So, I don't know. It's good.
Some HDs.
It's so HD. Edges are so smooth. I played more of The Last of Us. Nothing really to say there. Jarrett's got some words about it, but we'll get to that when we get to him. I played Outlast this week. I got back on the bandwagon for Outlast. You've inspired me, Nabishin. You playing horror games with your friends. So I got a hold of Damien and I said, no, you're going to come over after work this week. We're going to hang out. We're going to play Outlast, and we're going to have a good time. So we've been having a good time until we got to like the not fun part of that game.
Which part is that?
Well, we just got to Traeger, and then we finished the Traeger part. And the part right after that where you have to, once again, for the third time, turn valves or do something inane like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this isn't fun. And Damien's like, this isn't fun. But it sounded like way deeper than that. So, yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at.
I'd say beating the game and playing the DLC will make it all full circle and worth it in the end. It's one of those stupid games.
That's what I
Right.
told him. And he he's kind of like ready to give it to the quits, but I said let's persevere, let's get through it together. It's definitely a nice stress reliever to play that with Damien because we have too much fun with it. If you follow me on Instagram at AlFighter27, you can see the kind of stupid shit we do with that game, such as putting turn down for what against the more uneasy parts of those games. So
Yes, Justin.
so I got a good kick out of that. But yeah, that game is like super pussy compared to PT in my opinion. So so I played PT. I should talked about it last week. Justin, have you played this?
Yes, I'm stuck. I cannot get past the last part. I even used a FAQ and I still can't get past it.
Yeah, I got stuck.
This is so ridiculously dumb.
I managed to get through it. So I've played through PT 3 times now.
The hell?
It's like I got progressively faster doing it each time. So I played through it once with Damien, and that was.
Are you
not
playing
fun.
the entire time?
I played it the first half of the time until the part where you get attacked happens, and then I said, "Fuck this game! I'm so done with this."
I
of
thought
course-
it was over there when I played it the first time, and I played it as soon as it came out, because I'm like, all right, I want to be like the first person to play through this. And I got to that part, and you die. You essentially you die, technically, in a way. And I'm like, oh, so that's how it's supposed to end, because that's where they showed everybody screaming at.
Yeah.
And then I got to that, and I went out and it started back up again, and I went out the door, and it looked the same, and I'm like, oh, I guess I beat it. It's just there was no credits or anything like that. And then I looked online at other people played it, and saying that the Silent Hills thing came out, and I'm like, oh, I guess I didn't beat it. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, they give you enough like little cues to it, like the fact that you still have your flashlight and you don't see the two-headed roach at the beginning, to like indicate that maybe you're still going forward. But like seriously, I got to that point, and it's funny. There's a good story that goes with this. My roommate, he was in his bedroom next to me having sexual intercourse, because he's got this way more figured out than I do. Damien and I were playing it together for the first time. That happens, and we both fucking shriek like fucking banshees. And he actually had to stop and text me and say, well, you successfully ruined the move.
Excellent.
So it worked out for everybody. Or at least me. But good God, was that so unwelcome. And yeah, I don't know, like that. Oh God, PT is really excellent. I think it's fantastic, and I love the idea of it. Now that I've played it and I've seen it, and I've appreciated it. I'm writing an article on it that'll be up by the time you can hear this. But I just think this is super clever. I think something interactive that you can play is the best way to announce a game, because that's what games are. It's just like, you know, you can watch a trailer for a movie and you understand it. You can watch a commercial for a TV show and you can understand it. Like playing something and then you see a teaser for a game at the end of it. It's like, oh, I understand what this game is going to be about because I just played something that will more than likely have themes that carry over to it. So I played it with Damien and I played it with my roommate, and then I played it with my brother and his girlfriend, actually. And
Oh God, that had been funny.
oh, that was fantastic, because when I knew the loop where you get attacked was coming, I handed it to Leah, and she's like, I don't want to fucking do this right now. And then she handed it to Derek, and he doesn't give a fuck. So I just covered my face, and between the cracks in my fingers, I just hear, "Oh no!" And it was so fantastic. So it was great every single time for different reasons. But
well then,
go ahead, Justin.
spoilers for everybody else. How the hell do you get past the last part?
There's no solid way to do it. There are like different theories out there of how to do it, and it happened a different way each time I played it. So what freaked me out, and I didn't find anything about this online. The third time I played it, when you go through the final loop, I didn't hear the clock ticking. Right. So I was like, this is weird. So I restarted the loop, and when I came out, my flashlight was green, and I was like, what the fuck is happening? I'm not okay with this. And I looked it up online, and no one had seen anything like that. So
yeah, I got the green light, a red light, and I think another light, like the regular light. And I'm going around, I'm looking at facts, and I'm like, all right, so they're saying do this until the screaming of the kid, and I'm like, okay. I waited for the screaming of the kid, and it said like to wait for another one, and I'm waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and there's no other scream, and I'm like, all right, fine, I'm gonna go through the door again, and hopefully something else will happen. Didn't hear any scream, didn't even hear the clock count down, and I'm just like, what is going on? I just want to beat this at least once. Yeah, that's all I want to do.
The first time I went through it, I had to text Nobishin, too. And he basically told me what every guide had told me. And then some bullshit happened, and we got the second laugh, and I was like, all right, well, let's fucking go with it, I guess.
Yeah, and now I'm just waiting for the second laugh, and I never hear it now. So, all right, whatever.
Like, I don't even know if having a microphone plugged in for that final part helps at all.
I've been hearing that it does, but nobody's sure. Like, nobody knows for sure.
I've had a microphone plugged in every time that I did get the second laugh, I'll say.
Okay. Well, that's really dumb.
So, I don't know. Either or. I liked PT a lot. I'm super excited about Silent Hills, and I've never been excited about a Silent Hill game before, and I think it's not just that the marketing gimmick worked, I thought it was, like, actually good marketing. I thought it was clever, and something unlike anything else out there. And props to Kojima and Del Toro and whoever else was allowed this and it was involved with it for doing this, because I think it's super clever. So props to them. I picked up Diablo. I almost said Diablo 4. That would
you picked up that new shit.
you know. I picked up Diablo 3 today, actually, after peer pressure from the internet overtook me. That's good. That's a really good version of that game. I would even go so far to say that is one of the better versions of that game, maybe the best. I like how it feels on a controller better than I liked how it feels on mouse and keyboard, but again, I am a controller guy, not a mouse and keyboard guy, to kind of like appease all audience with that one. Jerry, you actually picked it up. Did you pick it up today?
Last night.
Okay. So I picked it up
I didn't
today.
play it till today.
Yeah, I actually got it digitally, so I got to test out the play as you download feature.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's the first time you ever did that?
Yeah, this is the first retail game I've downloaded digitally. So, which is weird. You would think I would, being like very friendly with digital, I would do that more often. But it's more of like I already ordered this on Amazon, or I forgot to cancel my Watch Dogs pre-order. So, it's more of a situation like that. But yeah, like I think you can play through the whole up to the Skeleton King before, because that's like where the beta ended when Diablo 3 was originally being geared up for launch. So I think you can play up to the Skeleton King, which is a good few hours. I think it's like 2 or 3 hours into the game itself before it'll cut you off and you have to finish downloading the game. So I had plenty to do while the game was downloading. I couldn't play multiplayer, and I couldn't view cinematics in the menu, but other than that, I could just play all I wanted. So, it seemed like a pretty good deal. It was unfortunate when I found out that I couldn't play multiplayer, and Jared was like, "Here's an invite." But
yeah,
maybe
awesome.
maybe we will play on another occasion. But yeah, it's fucking awesome. It looks great, plays great, 60 frames per second, super smooth. I'm playing the new class, the Crusader. Because I had played the Wizard before, and I wanted to see. Seems like there's like a story that happens with the Crusader as well that I don't remember there being anything like that with the Wizard beforehand. But maybe that's just something they added with the DLC.
I didn't know that Crusader was a DLC class.
Yeah, so there you go. But like that whole intro cutscene of like that showed like the Crusader talking about being a Crusader. Like I don't think that you got anything like that for any of the other classes.
Oh.
Just kind of like a general intro. So it's odd, but I really like it so far. It's very different than the wizard class, which I had played before. And I feel like it's been so long since I actually played Diablo 3. Because I only played it once when they added Paragon levels for a little bit with Tony, and that was still like 2 years ago. That wasn't before. That was still before Loot 2.0. And like it feels like they're like when you defeat like a certain amount of enemies in a row, like 10 or more, you get like a multiplier for your experience. I don't remember that being in the game before. So it feels like there's a lot of new things. Generally, in my experience, it feels like there's less loot, but the loot is almost always better than what you have, and there's much more gold. So,
Does the value of the loot multiply when you play multiplayer games?
yeah, I believe so. It goes up with the difficulty of the enemies. Not by much. I think it's like by 0.25 every time someone joins. So if you had like 3 people, it'd be 0.75 times loot.
That's local co-op, right?
It does have up to 4 players locally, so...
Oh, 4. Oh, that's right. I remember that commercial now. That dumb commercial.
Remember that weird commercial where she got home and the guy got home and there was his wife fully dressed up as a witch doctor?
Oh wow, I do remember that commercial.
And I was like, I'm on board with this.
Let's do this.
I don't know where this is going, but it's sexy.
So yeah, I'm really liking it. I was very hesitant to pick it up because I had already played Diablo 3, blah blah blah, and I didn't know if I wanted to get it again. Didn't know if I wanted to spend $60 on it. But like as soon as like an hour into playing it, I was like, this game's fucking awesome. I remember why I love this game so much. I don't regret anything. So hopefully I'll be able to play with people who are like comparable level and have a good time though. Let's see. I also played Tales of Xillia 2, which is more of a mouthful. That game is... Or, actually, before we go on to that, Jarrett, do you have any thoughts about Diablo 3 for PS4?
I mean, I don't know the difference between this version and the old versions of Diablo 3.
Yeah.
Like my last experience with Diablo was Diablo 2.
Yeah.
So the differences are like far greater for me than they are for you.
Yeah.
Like I picked the Crusader because I figured that was the comparable paladin class, because in Diablo 2 that's what I played most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But that plays completely differently now. Like the old paladin was pretty much all about his auras and like buffing the team and being like the meat shield, and now you're still the meat shield, but there are no power words and all that kind of shit. You kind of just run at dudes, which is fine. I like the idea of having like kill streak based like experience multipliers.
Yeah.
There's also like destruction streak based like speed multipliers. Like you break enough shit in a certain amount of time, you get speed buffs, speed buffs and stuff like that.
I definitely don't remember that from the original version, but it's
traps
cool.
and things like that. You can spring on people, and you get bonuses for that. I think it's interesting.
So as your
again,
first...
I just killed the Skeleton King, so I feel like there's a lot of game left for me to like figure out before I can really get down to analyzing how I really feel about it. I still have like skills unlocked, things like that, like skill slots unlocked and stuff. So my journey in Diablo is still rather young, but right now I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're on board with it. I really like it. Going through it again. Again, like you kind of pick up like audio log-esque things as you do with every video game ever now.
Yeah.
And there is stuff that's like specifically tailored to the Crusader that I do not remember being in the game before. And yeah, I don't know. It's bringing back how much I actually really like Diablo 3, which it's been so long, and I've heard nothing but terrible things about it since that have just kind of muddled my vision of it. That it's kind of good to get back into the actual game, play it, and develop an opinion of it on my own. So
I like games like this. Like I played the Torchlight 2 when that came out. Like
yeah, and I like
I don't
kind of
think there's anything wrong with these games.
I kind of skipped Torchlight 2, but I'm just getting like a huge Champions of Norath kind of vibe from this.
Yeah, like again, except Champions of North, that was back when it wasn't a debate whether you'd have couch co-op or not, because that's all you had.
Yeah.
So me and my friends would play Champions of North all the time.
Yeah, Champions of
And I
North
miss
is
those
like
days.
was my fucking jam. So
Yeah. Which is good. Like, I can bring my PS4 places. Like, my buddy's got a new apartment, and lives with a friend of his. Like, I can get a couple controllers. We can just go and play Diablo 3 all night. Like, I can bring Champions North back.
Yeah, and it's really cool. Like, I love Champions of North so much, and this is resurging that vibe in a very specific way. But, like, you know, better built game, better balanced game, of course. And just, like, the things that they've done to the UI to, like, kind of just circumvent even ever going into the menu to change loot and everything.
Yeah, you really can.
Clever.
Like, you can equip the last couple things that you found just by pushing the up button.
Yep.
And it'll tell you the relevant stats. I mean, you have to go into the menu to see all the magical shit it does, but, like, based on, like, the 3 primary stats, like armor, the defense it adds, or the attack it adds, you can just... If it looks better, you can just put it on.
Yeah, and you don't even think about it super quick, and it's just like, goddamn, they really thought about this console port, and they make it feel like more at home at console than maybe even it did feel on PC.
That's the magic of Blizzard.
Yeah, this guy's...
You didn't see that random... I'm sorry. You didn't see that random The Last of Us dungeon, did you? Or whatever? That exclusive content for PS4?
No, I didn't. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, it's like it's a dungeon full of like infected.
Oh yeah, I heard about this. I totally forgot about that. No, I haven't yet. I don't know if that's.
I feel like that's like high level shit though, isn't it? Like end game shit.
Something like that. I know it's random.
Yeah, I think it's like one of the portals that you can open up yourself, and it's random if you'll get it, but you'll go into a dungeon where you'll fight clickers and bloaters and stuff.
Cool. That's awesome.
Throw bricks everywhere.
Just throw nothing but bricks. That's it. But yeah, it's
Mark is the believer of the bricks, by the way.
Of course, man.
Yeah, bricks. Better believe in the bricks.
It's all about bricks in that game. Like, I get bobbles, but like, bricks are awesome. You smash some faces in with those. Cool. So anyway, Tales of Xillia 2. I was hoping Justin would have played this.
I'm sorry, blame Amazon.
By the time.
Fucking fail.
Is that the only reason you bought them on?
Well, I tweeted him.
Yeah.
I tweeted him on Thursday and I said, Justin, have you been playing Tales of Xillia 2? I need someone to talk to this about. And he's like, no, I haven't got my collector's edition yet. When are you gonna get it?
Hopefully Monday. Hopefully.
God, I don't even know how you were standing the weight at this
I'm
point.
not.
By like
soul
Monday,
is
I was like, fuck. And I did this weird thing this week where I woke up at 6:30 in the morning every single day, and I don't know why. I went to bed at 2:30 one night, and I still woke up at 6:30, and I wasn't tired. But I woke up at 6:30 on Tuesday, and I'm like, fuck, I have to wait till 10 a.m. to fucking get Xillia 2. And it was maddening. I was going rabid.
As soon as Monday came, I'm like, alright, tomorrow's Xillia 2. Hopefully I'll have my copy by then. Hopefully Amazon's good to me. And then I look on and having some problems, and I'm like, God damn it. And then I look again, trying to fix said problems, and then it's like, alright, you're going to get it the 25th through the 28th or something like that. I'm like, that is too long. I'm going to die by then.
So, I wrote down some notes here because there was like a bunch of weird shit that I didn't think I would remember. Because there's a lot I want to talk about. So, we'll kick this off, Justin. What questions do you have about Xillia 2?
Alright. Is Elise still as adorable and or more adorable?
Oh my god! I can't
Plus or minus
handle
adorable.
It is like 5 pluses times infinity. It was like, I was so built up in it. I just texted Nobish and I was like, I have to say something to someone about this.
Someone needs to know about my feelings.
It was, oh my god. It's like, as soon as I saw her, and you know me, I'm like, I'm pretty composed. But as soon as I saw her, I squealed out loud. Because it's just an amazing moment. Oh my god. Fuck it. Don't even get me started. Elise is...
OMG.
Is OMG, OMFG Totes adorbs. She's amazing.
So what you're saying is she is now officially the most adorable gaming character of all time.
100%. Like,
Okay, good to know.
it's just like she is the most huggable thing I've ever seen in my life. I can't handle it. I tweeted out a picture of what she looks like in Xillia 2 and said Elise wins the 2014 award for the most huggable. Oh, and forever, ever after as well.
I don't know. Like, I really wanted to hug Max Payne after Max Payne 3.
A very
it's gonna
different
be
kind
okay.
of hug. Yeah, I understand though. But yeah, no man, Elise is on point, and it's like one thing to go off of that point is like one thing that made me so happy, like because you meet Jude first, and he's like, oh shit, like some shit's going down, let me help you out. And then eventually he becomes like your bro, which is awesome. It's like every time you meet the characters that you knew from the past, from Xillia 1, it's just like you can immediately tell how much they've grown in the past year and how much of like the goals that they pretty much set at the end of Xillia 1, they have achieved those in leaps and bounds. And like Elise, for example, super shy, super timid, and didn't have a lot of friends. She's like super social, outgoing. She's kind of got like the class president vibe to you, but not in a pretentious way. And you can see how happy she is because of it, and it's super uplifting.
Oh man, that makes me feel so good and sad.
Yeah.
It's only a game.
Yeah, it's like for like Leia, for example, she's
about to ask.
She's got like this level of confidence to her that you didn't get to see before. Same with Jude. Like Jude is like he's a go-getter. He does shit and he's like I'm going to get shit done and make my own goddamn decisions. And it's like oh god, it's super rewarding just for anyone who's played Xillia 1 right off the bat. You feel a sense of accomplishment for the characters. You feel like that journey was worth it for them to grow to where they are now. And that's awesome.
Okay.
And Rowan just maintains amazingness. So, like, that just doesn't have to change. It's still awesome. What else you got?
I mean, I'll just do these real quick. Is Leia still going to be my favorite character?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Elise might steal your heart, though, man. Oh, my God.
Well, I always said Elise is my second favorite character because she's so damn adorable and you can't say no to her.
It is back with a ferocity that I couldn't even begin to expect.
Okay. And then, did you get any of the DLC costumes?
Like, your Tales of Xillia 1 DLC costumes actually carry over.
I meant...
Past that, no.
Okay, so you didn't get any of that. Alright, so then I won't ask that question.
Mm-hmm.
The two new playable characters. I know you talked about one of them. Do they feel like they're a good addition to like your group? Like,
so what do you mean by two new? So Elle, who is the young girl, she's not playable.
Not them.
Oh, okay, no, okay, gotcha.
I don't know if I want to say them, but
those two, I've only had one in my group so far.
Okay.
So I haven't had the other in my group yet.
Because I hated that. As soon as I saw the DLC, and there you go, people. Avoid the DLC if you don't want the spoiler. But as soon as I saw that, I'm like, wait, what? Really? Why? How? What is going on here? So I was wondering why, at least the one that you already played, I already heard about. But the other one didn't even know was even going to happen.
Yeah. I'll say like Luger, the main character, who is like he has like one of the coolest character designs of like any Tales character I've seen. He looks super classy. He's got like a tie and everything. It's awesome.
Awesome.
He's got that was horrible. Sorry, I'm reading YouTube comments.
That's internet as fuck.
He's got like a noir detective look to him. A very Bigby Wolf for your reference,
cool.
Jarrett.
I've seen every picture I've seen of Tales of Xillia has that dude like everywhere, and I'm like, what kind of game is this? What am I even looking at right now?
So Xillia 2 is very noir. It is like the noir JRPG, which I'm totally on board with. Mark Griffiths is commenting in the chat right now. He's been playing Zillia 2. Thank you, Mark, for someone else. Please God, have played this game. He said, "I'm playing Zillia 2 right now, and I'm really enjoying it. But the lack of dialogue from the main character is getting on my nerves, and I wish they kept the Lilium Orb system from Zillia 1." He agreed with me about Elise being super cute, and he says the loan system gets annoying once you start getting harassed for payments. So those are two things I kind of wanted to touch on. So one thing, Luger doesn't talk. He's a silent protagonist. He does talk, but like it's really weird. It's super awkward. Is the problem? Like he'll talk in just like sighs and mostly, and sometimes he'll say thanks and like weird like one-word sentences. But for the most part, you're just making binary dialogue choices, and it's like R1 to do this, L1 to do this. And in some cases, they're like major decisions, a la Mass Effect, and they're set up really well. Like, there's a lot of gray area stuff in this game that I won't get into to spoil the plot, but it's pretty fucked up.
Are there bonuses? Like, do you get some sort of tangible reward for either one?
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Okay.
You mean emotional decisions, not important decisions.
No. I'm talking about important decisions where you are deciding on the fate of things that are...
But remember, Mass Effect's decisions didn't matter.
No, this is a case where I think it matters, but I'm just saying, like, a la Mass Effect, and there's, like, a Renegade and a Paragon way to do things, but this is more along the lines of Witcher, where it's more gray area. And I don't know how much it actually changes what happens. From what I understand, it does. There was like one decision where it was kind of like, I don't really know how this is going to play out, but I did go to like one of two areas before the other, and I think that changed how things kind of played out. But sorry, Jared, what did you ask me?
I was wondering how overall do these effects matter in a gameplay sense, like. When you make one of these decisions, what happens to you? Like, does an opportunity end where one begins? You get like some sort of bonus in like some other point in the mechanics because of your decisions.
Yeah,
like,
you're not like
fight with the power of good and not the power of badass. Like, what is that?
No, like there doesn't seem to be like a point system of like you're more good or you're less evil or more evil or less good. It's much more gray than that. The main thing I think it does is there's an affinity system. Like, you build affinity with each of your party members. So certain decisions part of your party members will like, and certain decisions another group might like and another group might not like. And you don't lose affinity with party members, but you just gain affinity with them. Kind of like Dragon Age, but without...
So it's kind of like KOTOR, in a way.
Yeah, that's actually a good comparison. I don't, like... I'm about 17-ish hours in, and I've made like two really fucking important decisions that they could have fucked some things up, but I don't know like what the other path is, so I can't say one way or the other. It's really fucked up. They're like, a lot of these aren't good decisions to make in any sense, and there's actually like a pretty interesting kind of moral struggle. Like, sometimes the characters will all just kind of sit down and say, like, that was really fucked up what we just did. I don't know how I feel about this. But it's kind of like a thing where you have to do it, or else it'll get worse in a lot of cases. And there's, like, no right answer to this situation. Which I like. I think they're using the choice system, and props to the Tales team for, goddamn, they're always trying something new.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it in a way I totally didn't expect, and it seems way more important than I first expected. But
just the choices. I mean, I haven't played it, but I mean the one trailer that they showed, showing off the choices for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you got to it. I'm guessing it was probably one of the first ones you made, but you're on like a train.
Yeah.
And like they showed both of them at the same time, and yeah, they both played out differently. But I'm like sitting and watching. I'm like, so the one where he gets sort of shot, like, what does that matter? Like, that does not matter at all. Like,
so,
unless there's gonna be a battle right after, and he has like half health or something. Like, I don't know.
So like there are instances like that where kind of like a similar thing will play out. either way, and in that instance, the choice you make affects what people think of you, as opposed to actually affecting what happens.
Okay.
Which is cool because you don't know if it's one or the other when you go into a decision. It's weird, I'll say for you, Justin, because you've played a Tales game, you know, the skits. Anytime Luger's in a skit, like, you're making choices in those as well.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
And, like, that's almost always for affinity's sake. Like, if you're doing, like, sub-event skits and stuff like that, it's for affinity's sake. Forgive me if this part goes on for a little long for people listening at home. It's just, there's a lot to say about this game. I do really want to talk about it.
And if it would go on longer if I actually played it myself, so
Yeah.
Are you?
but I didn't play it.
What would you say, Jarrett?
Are you going to review it?
I'm thinking about it. Like, now that I've actually jumped into it, I'm like, there's a lot I want to say about this game. And the thing is, like, there are a lot of new mechanics in this game. Like, there's a new allium orb system is, like, how you level up skills. They've basically made leveling not important. Like, you level up and your stats go up. But, like, depending on which allium orb you have equipped...
Is it like Final Fantasy 10, not 10-2, 13-2?
I don't
Or
know.
13?
No, because that was kind of like Lilium orbs, but like basically if you have like certain allium orbs, you are like developing skills towards certain elements, and you get different skills from those elements like light, water, fire, wind, etc. And allium orbs, like you have a light allium orb and you develop 1 times light allium orb while you have this in, so you're just getting skills in that path and arts in that path. And sometimes you have like a light and fire, or a light, fire, and water, or a light times 2, so you're developing twice as fast. But basically, you have to be constantly switching those out. And it seems like an interesting system, but it's super tedious because you have to keep switching them out for every single character. They did continue the Tales of Xillia thing, where like every character gets experience in elemental ore, and the elemental ore is what levels up that allium orb system. Everyone's getting that regardless if you're together. But you don't have all your party members with you all the time. You have all your party members with you in town, and they all kind of disperse, and you can go talk to them and initiate character-based side quests, which I'll get to in a second. But like when you leave town, you just have the 4 people that you set up in your team with you, and that's it.
Okay. Since you're sort of talking about it, that I think you sort of said something earlier, but is the characters like Tales of Symphonia 2, where
No.
they're just there for
Fuck.
5 seconds and then gone, and they're pointless, and yeah, they're great in your party, but they don't level up, they don't get anything, they're not there for the whole time. Okay, thank God.
So like you meet Jude, and like Jude has like not really left my party at all since the beginning. Like he was your bro from the beginning. He's your bro till death, man. And
Bros till death.
they'll leave for like story purposes, but like you'll just have different members of the main party in your party in that instance. And it's like I met Jude, and then I had Leia, and then I met Rowan, and then Elise, and then Alvin, etc., etc. So like they're just like for story purposes, they're just coming along with you, and they're like, we're off adventuring again. And that's it. Like they are the party, and it makes sense why they are with you. So
Alright, that's good.
just like any other Tales games, it's just like, I remember you guys, and you're grown up, and I love you still.
I think they got so much flack for Tales of Symphonia 2 that they're never going to do that again.
Yeah, it makes sense in this context. It's weird, like, honestly, Luger seems the most out of place. But I like Luger, he's a cool character. But just like, again, him being super silent during everything, for the most part, is super awkward. According to Justin, or not Justin, sorry, you're Justin. According to Mark Griffiths in the YouTube comments, whatever the fuck I'm saying, there's like I'm sorry, Nobshin. There's like a voice pack that you unlock after you beat the game, so you can play through all of the decisions again with him like fully voiced. That's
really weird. Like,
which would be cool, I guess.
yeah, like why would you do that after the fact? But what
I think it's free to get. I think it's free to just get more involved in the character.
Yeah.
But like the way the game progresses is super different and weird. And I think this is pretty much the last thing I want to talk about. Like, there's like these really noir kind of storytelling types of like these big chapter screens come up. It's like Chapter 1, the trite name of chapter. And then you go into it, and then it end chapter, and then you have a moment where like you're just kind of roaming around. You can do whatever for a while, and they don't really like bar where you can go. You can go to any of these huge lists of towns, pretty much towards where I'm at least. Once I got to Riese Maxia, and it starts out in Olympias. For those who don't know, I'm not going to spoil it, but like there are two different areas, Olympias and Riese Maxia, and like you see way more of Olympias in this game, so it feels like a natural continuation of where Xillia 1 left off, because you play an Olympian and you play from Olympias to Riese Maxia. But like there's this debt system. Basically, some shit happens, you're injured, and your medical bills stack up, and you have to take out a 20 million gal debt. So in order to kind of mark progression, you have to pay off your debt in these huge chunks, and that's how you
Like
can
Tom Nook?
like Tom Nook, actually. And that's how you can continue to the next story arc, the next chapter. So, like, the way they do that is that there's, like, this job system where you can take jobs, which completely replaces the sub-event system from Xillia 1, where you just, like, take a whole huge list of jobs, go kill all these monsters, come back, turn them in, get money, pay debt, move on to the next chapter.
Profit.
Profit.
That's what my friend was talking about, I think, and yeah, that just makes it sound really bad and horrible.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's definitely weird because like there's a point like once you have enough money, and you can kind of dick around for a little bit longer, but then the debt menu will keep popping up every time you enter a new area and say like you have to pay this now because you have enough money to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And you would think like, oh well, I can just pay off a huge chunks ahead of time, so I don't have to like have it interrupt the story later. But that's not how it works. No, you can pay off huge chunks ahead of time to get bonus items, but once you get to the next story arc, it'll stop you and say you have to pay so and so amount, and then you can continue. And because the debt is so large, 20 million gald, they can do that because there's no way you're going to pay it off anytime soon. I'm sure you could grind for 100 hours at the beginning of the game and actually pay it all off, but I don't know what would happen then. And that would take 100-ish hours probably, or 50-ish hours, so...
I'm sure this time next year we'll know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Some Twitch streamer will be like, I did it.
I did it, guys.
Giant dick.
So is there like a story reason why? Like, I don't want you to say why.
Yeah, like, I
Okay.
mean, like I said, you basically have a medical bill to pay. Because some fucked up shit happened.
Okay.
And it was like a thing where you weren't really conscious enough to make the decision for yourself as to whether you should let them fix you up or not. But like with that, like when you're like in between chapters, like I said, your characters kind of disperse from your party when you're in towns, and you can go up and talk to them, and sometimes they have character-specific sub-events that you can do. That's all fully voiced, which I didn't think it would be fully voiced. Very happy it is. They're like major side quests that are really well written, like kind of progressions of what those characters were doing at the end of Xillia 1. And there's like I don't know how many there are for each character, but they link together from chapter to chapter. So it's like Jude chapter 1, Jude chapter 2, and those would connect. And sometimes that involves like going and fighting the boss. Sometimes it's just dialogue, and you just sit and talk and make a couple choices, and that's it. And sometimes it's a little bit different than that. But like that will grow affinity with that character, and when you have high affinity with a character, when you're playing through the main story, it'll pop up and say bonus scene, Jude, and because your affinity is so good with that character, you're getting a whole nother cutscene or part of the cutscene where Jude is saying something more, stepping up and defending you or something like that, because your affinity with him is so strong. So they're using the affinity system in a really clever way. And I really like that aspect of it. Again, the silent protagonist, kind of weird allium orb leveling system, those are the weaker parts of the game. But a lot of the changes they made are cool. Like, when you're playing in combat as Luger, he has 3 weapons that you can shift between, and all of them have completely different arts that go with each other. and it's like three completely different play styles. It's very much like Devil May Cry. Like you have 2 swords, which are super quick. You have a sledgehammer, which is super slow and powerful, and then you have fucking 2 guns. So
Is the combat like active? I thought it was like a turn-based thing.
no, it's fully active combat. But like you go into like arena, and then you're in the active combat.
Oh, so it's like a Star Ocean sort of situation.
I think so. Yeah, that's a good comparison. But yeah, the combat's really fun. They changed the link system a bit that I'm not like a huge fan. Like basically, you can link with any attack, but it'll just do like a default link attack for the ones that don't actually have a real link attack.
So it still has that link where you can choose a person to fight beside you, kind of thing. Okay.
Yep, and like it actually gives you a little bit more freedom in that like you can. When you tap on the D-pad on that person, and you have like 3 options with them, like do what you want, attack with me, or act freely. So, or there's not do what you want and act freely, but something like that. And yeah, it's a really clever system. Also, your party members can use items now, and there's a good system they set up with that too. So, which is good. But sorry, I went on for a while about that, but Xillia 2 is like super complicated sequel, but I like it a lot.
For the better or the worse?
It's for both right now. It's like I don't know if all the changes they made were good, but they're definitely interesting, and I'm glad they tried something different. But you know, it's not as fun to level up. It's not as fun to basically go through cutscenes because you have to kind of stop and think about all these decisions. When I'm more of a fan of JRPGs because it's just a story that you're kind of participating in, and I like those kinds of games. But they're using it well, so I can't complain. But that's it.
Girl.
Unless you have any other questions, Justin.
One last one, and probably the most important besides my Leia question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Rollo the most adorable
Oh my
cat in the
God.
entire world?
He reminds me of Gus so much, and it just makes me so sad. He's such a fat fucking cat.
Oh, never mind. Oh, Tigger's kind of that. Never mind.
He reminds me of Gus so much in that he's like super fat,
Ah.
and I want to hug him.
Does Rollo do anything crazy, or is it just literally a cat?
Yeah, he's just a cat.
Okay.
And he's awesome. There's this kitty dispatch system where you can send out Rollo to get items.
Oh God.
That's kind of like the Dead Space 3 collect
so-
scavenge items thing.
I was gonna say, is it also like Tales of Symphonia, the cats exploration or whatever the hell they were called?
Yeah, but you can access it. You can access it from the menu anytime. So,
Okay.
I don't know. It's like it's not like a great system, but you can get items through it, so it's cool.
So what you're saying is Rollo is best new character in a video game this year.
Totally. It's funny. Like I was worried that I wouldn't like L.
Play on the list.
I was worried that I wouldn't like L, who's like the kid character. But like they portray a child in this world really well, I think. I like her a lot. She's super adorable, and the relationship that you develop with her as Luger and L is super awesome. So yeah.
Cool.
Anyway, Justin, how about you? Why don't you talk about some games?
Well, I think me and Abishin could maybe talk about this one at the same time. Counter Spy.
yeah.
Well, I haven't picked that up yet. I plan to. The game looks hilarious.
It's actually really fun. I mean, I only played it for like an hour, but I got the gist of how it plays, and it is really enjoyable. Going from like the 2D mode to the third-person shooter mode when you're hiding actually works very well. Like, I was not expecting it to work as well as it did and flow in really well, but the shooting's really good. I think it's fine, and I'm not a shooter kind of guy. I don't like playing the games very much, but I thought it was very passable for a shooter. The story is weird, I guess. Apparently, 2 organizations want to nuke the moon. So what you're trying to do is be a spy and infiltrate both of them and try and get intel from both of them without letting one of them know that you're for the other person, so they would launch the missiles earlier, and trying to keep your DEFCON level low enough, which in the hour that I played, I had not went below 3, so I don't know how hard it gets later on.
I'm like 5 now for both of them, which is, I don't know.
That's the lowest you can get. That's the best.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't want it to get. Yeah, you don't want it to get to a 1. So I mean, I don't know if it gets harder. I hope it gets harder. But
it's not really all that hard, to be completely honest. It's fun though.
Yeah, it's really fun.
It definitely gives me like it gives me like a classic Metal Gear feel when I play that game. Like Metal Gear Solid 1 when I played. Like that's what I saw from like the gameplay of it. Like, oh wow, this is like basically that gameplay, but it's more simplified. It's really just kind of a breeze to go through. To be honest with you, it's not really that difficult. But like the style of it is something I really like, and it's like for me, like it almost feels just like an essential. It's basically a Vita game, like something just to play for a few minutes and just like okay, I'm good, I'm done. Or at least that's for me, at least. It doesn't really like grab me all that much, though I do like it though.
Yeah, it's enjoyable. I like the fact that each level is random. Like, I don't know if anybody will ever get the same level twice. Like, if I talk to you and tell you what levels I played, we probably won't get the same levels at all. And you could play them all totally different. You can play the game guns blazing, I guess. But as a James Bond fan, I'm trying to play literally with the silencer only. But I would get to one of those, at least in the levels I played, one of the sections where it's a big open area and there's like literally 9 people in there with no way of being able to sneak through it. But other than that, I mean, I'm trying to play it silently, and you can easily do that, except for those sections, at least that I had. And I like that it gives you that choice to play how you want to play.
Yeah, I saw a trailer for it. It looked really cool. Just throw perspective in there. Fucking just killed the flow of that conversation, murdered it, pretty much. I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, I recommend it. I mean, it all depends on what system you want to play on. Like Nabishan said, he wants to play it more on the Vita. Me, I think it's fine on the TV. I feel like I'm playing a lesser quality Super Metroid or a Metroid game. And a lesser quality one, because you're getting different weapons, which you get from getting intel in the levels, and each weapon might make the level easier for you. But I think you are getting the weapons and items in a certain order. I mean, I don't really know. Do you know, Nabishan?
From everything I've gotten, it's like it just seems like you just go through the levels and you'll just like find like different parts of a weapon. And I think it's from a set order because I went from the regular gun to the silencer to the machine gun to a shotgun.
All right, then same here. So it's going in order. All right.
Yeah.
So I guess that's not random, but I mean, other than that, I get a Metroid vibe to it with the level based randomization where you don't know where to go, and depending on what weapons you put, might make the levels easier.
Metroid is definitely perking my ears up, that's for sure.
I like the whole Cold War vibe of it. I thought that was really neat.
Yeah.
There's not enough games, I think, that take place in the Cold War. I feel like the Cold War is like a really good, like, American world history moment that not enough narrative, especially games narrative, like, really speaks to.
It's one of the favorite aspects of Metal Gear Solid 3, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would recommend it to try it. Is there a demo? I know I bought it right away for the PSN Play.
Demos in this next generation? Are you crazy?
Okay, I didn't think there was going to be a
part
demo.
of the problem, Nabishan. PT's a demo that'll blow your fucking mind, man. Anyway. What else, Justin?
Well, I'll talk about these real quick. Tales of the Abyss. I finally beat it.
Yeah! Yay! We did that together, Justin, this year.
And I enjoyed it a lot. It's not my favorite. I mean, I still think Graces and Zillia are my and maybe Symphonia. Nah, maybe not over Symphonia. But at least over Zillia and Graces, I do like this one a lot. The story was very interesting, but when it started to get near the end and everything started to wrap up, it kind of was just like, oh, okay, this is the bad guy, and I just started to not really care anymore.
I see. I'll say this might be my second favorite Tales game personally. Might have won over Zillia on that one, but I don't know. I really like it. I will say they do kind of brush over genocide real quick.
Yeah, like I mean,
genocide.
I was gonna say I feel like they made that the whole story really quick.
Yeah.
Like that was like the main focus of this Tales game was genocide and how to cope from doing this to the people.
Well, I'll say there's another Tales game that I've been playing that I might have just talked about that really comes back hard on the genocide end of things.
All right, then. See, I didn't even know that was going to be a part of Zillia 2. I thought it was going to be more of, yeah.
It'll take you by surprise, I'll say. It took me,
okay.
Jesus.
But, I mean, I really like it. So far, literally, there has not been a Tales of game that I hated, except for Dawn of the New World.
Well, yeah.
But rightfully so on that one.
I dislike Tales of Legendia. I don't know if you've ever played that one.
See, I hear that one a lot, but I have not played that one yet because it's only on PS2, and I did hear bad things about it, which is why I steered away from it. I do want to play it though.
I think it's worth playing. I don't know if it's actively a bad game, but it's not a good Tales game.
So, but I mean, I really like Tales of the Abyss. I thought it was really good, but it's definitely not one of my favorites. Well, it's top 3, I would say. But at least right now. But it was good. The story, I just felt like it dragged on way too long with the same story. I mean, yeah, I guess some of the other Tales games do that, but 3/4 of the game, they say this genocide thing, and that's literally. I feel like the characters
then
are
it happens, and you're like, well, you have to live with this for the rest of your life anyway. Let's go fucking finish this, I guess.
and then they try and finish it, and then all of a sudden, oh, killing some more people. All right, guys, let's go try and finish this again. And then they try and go finish it, and oh man, they got away. All right, let's try and go finish this again. And I'm just like, really, guys? And then actually, I don't remember what exactly was said, but it was near the end, and I'm like, they literally said this in the beginning of the game, totally forgot about it till the very end, and then they say it, and I'm like, so your basis from the beginning of the game completely changed over the course of the game, and then you came back to that conclusion at the end. Are you guys dumb? Did you completely forget about what your purpose was until the end again? That was one thing I did not like.
Yeah, I'm not sure which part you're talking about, but
I think it was something about the genocide. They were talking about the genocide and wanting to try and stop it, and then throughout the game they're like, all right, let's try and protect
replicas,
Master Ion, and try and stop what's his name? I can't even remember.
Genus.
Master whatever his name was. Van.
Yeah.
And then they're like, all right, let's stop Master Van. All right, he's trying to do this bad thing, whatever it is, we don't know. But there was a lot of destruction and stuff. Totally forgot about that. And then near the end, oh yeah, he's trying to destroy things. We got to stop that. Genocide is bad. Yeah. And I'm like,
genocide,
how do you forget about this whole continent being crushed? And just worrying about trying to kill this one guy, and totally forgot about.
Well, I mean, he was trying to totally fuck everyone ever.
Well, yeah, he was, but I don't know. I can't exactly say when it was, but they were focused on the genocide the whole time. But there was just a point where they totally forgot what they were trying to do, and went for something else, and then they got to a point talking to Master Van or someone, and then they totally said what they were saying before, but how it sounded was they totally forgot that they said that already.
Yeah,
and we're worried about that.
I'll say, like, I thought that they could totally have tied in the genocide of basically clones into the main character a lot better.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, it was something like that. I mean, this will just be an example of kind of how it was, at least to me. Genocide. They're killing a lot of people. I hate them. We gotta go stop them. Clones? Oh, man, what's the clone? All right, I'm a clone. Oh, no. All right, let's go stop them from making clones, because this is a bad idea. He's trying to do a genocide? We gotta go stop him for that. I mean, I don't remember him ever saying genocide, but let's try and stop that. But then they remembered the other things, and I think that's what I didn't like. Is for some reason they felt like they forgot what happened, but they remembered. Again, I love the game, but it's just that aspect of it kind of put me off. That they for some reason forgot these major events happened, and then they all of a sudden remembered it like it was an important thing again.
Yeah, it jumps back and forth a lot. Mark Griffiths, I'll just point this out, posted that Vesperia is the best Tales game I've ever played, and Zillie's a close second. So he's a man after my own heart.
Well, I still got to play Vesperia. Actually, you know what? I know I have the PS3 version, and I don't want to play the 360 version. One, because I don't trust my 360 anymore.
No one does.
But I do have it literally right here.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like, the 360 version is the version that is still my favorite Tales game of all time, so it's good, I assure you.
Because I can understand.
Listen, bitch. I'll say, like,
What? It's not like you update the PS3 anymore. Hack that bitch.
I know, I'm just...
I'm totally joking.
Yeah, that would be quite the undertaking. But I'll say that the end of Tales of the Abyss gave me some feels, man.
Yeah, it was, again, the ending was really, like, it was really good. I just didn't like the fact that it went back and forth way too much, with them all of a sudden having, like, sort of amnesia, forgetting what major events happened, even though they remembered them. It just kind of was annoying, at least that aspect.
I gotcha. Anything else you want to say about Abyss?
No, that's it. Except for I do love it. So no hate, guys, all right? No hate mails.
Okay, gotcha. I see from this list that you've written here, you're very much getting ready for Layton versus Phoenix Wright.
I thought you were going to say Tales of Heart, but never mind.
No.
I am excited for that, though. Yeah, I literally, I did not realize how soon Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright was coming out.
It's like next week, right?
Yeah, I think it comes out next Sunday. Or this Sunday when people hear it.
You fell off that train, right?
I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play that, but like I'm waiting for the H or up-res versions of the Phoenix Wright games to come to the 3DS.
Is that happening?
Yeah.
Is that the one that you out like a year or 2 years? No, it was last year. Because I remember you saying you were excited for the Phoenix Wright game, and then you never got it.
It was the Phoenix Wright game that came out last year. It's basically Phoenix Wright 4, technically 5.
The one that I have on my list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dual Destinies. And then there's like Phoenix Wright 5, technically 6, coming out, I think, this year or next February or something. But they're putting
not that one either. Jesus, I'm so out of the loop with these games.
They're putting out the original 3 Phoenix Wright games on 3DS.
Man.
So.
Oh God, I want to play those again. I really do, because there were some references in this new one, and I'm like, I sort of remember that.
Exactly why I'm waiting
remember.
for that.
But yes, I'm getting ready for that game, and by doing so, I wanted to play Phoenix Wright first, because I haven't played one of those in a while, and I literally just beat Dual Destinies today, and it was really good. It does Apollo Justice and Phoenix Wright, so you're playing as both characters. actors for both cases.
Okay.
You're getting new system, I guess, the psychological system. I won't. I don't want to go too much into detail about it because it's really the new system for it that they focus a lot in this one, dealing with people's emotions, and how the whole story ends up. Literally, this is one story compared to the first 3 games where they sort of interconnected with each other a little bit and work together. This one can play by itself. There's some references and some people from previous games that do show up and start to reference some things, but they're nothing crazy.
Okay.
The ending, until you said that there was a new one coming out, I was like, where's the next one? Because it ends with something happening that I think they do in the other games too, where something happens and they're like, oh man, that just happened. But we won, so let's not worry about that right now. And totally forget about it. But something big does happen at the end, which I kind of want them to explore in the next game. But yeah, the story is really good. The cases are really interesting. And I was hoping maybe there would be some kind of, distraction, reference to Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. There is none. So if you're playing this, hoping to get ready for that game, don't expect anything. But yeah, overall, it's another Phoenix Wright game. It's great. The story is great. The characters are great. The new alcohol. Thanks.
Dude, I'm right there with you, man.
Prosecutor is really cool. Besides Francesca, Black Quill is what his name is pretty cool. I really like him. Francesca's being my favorite. Yeah, it's a really good game. If you really want to know what kind of happens after Apollo Justice and kind of where Phoenix Wright goes after the 3rd game and Apollo Justice, you should definitely play it.
Yeah, I really need to fucking play Apollo Justice of all things. It's like I'm behind so much now that it's just like a task I'll do when I have more time, honestly.
Mm-hmm. If it helps, I will admit I do not play it for the gameplay aspect. I care about the story most important. Like that's the most thing I care about. I do play with a spoiler-free FAQ. I want to know what files to place where, so I can see what the story is next.
Yeah, I'll occasionally reference that if I need it, but I like the gameplay a lot, so.
I do, but with all the things I have to play, watch, work, everything, I just want the FAQ, I want the story, I want to know what happens, and not have to worry about the bar going down and restarting and all that stuff. But yeah, very enjoyable, very good story in cases in this one.
Yeah, cool. What else have you been playing?
Well, with that, also the new Professor Layton, the Azran Legacy. This one I haven't played very much. I'm only in the very beginning. I only did like 4 puzzles. Enjoying it so far, I guess.
Yeah.
Story seems really weird, especially with how the Mass Miracle one ended. Like that end credit. Yeah, how that credit scene ended. If you did not see that scene at all, and you went into this game, you would have no idea that even happened, because he's on another case entirely. So I'm like hoping a little bit further on he gets to that point, which I'm guessing he will, because that was actually pretty huge. So I'm hoping to get through that before Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright comes out.
Yeah, I was thinking about picking that up because I really liked Miracle Mask. I'd only played the first of the original trilogy, but
Oh wow, so you're skipping around there a lot.
But like this one is like the prequel trilogy, right?
Yeah, but you missed Last Spectre.
Yeah.
Which was the first in the prequel, which introduced what's his name? I can't remember the names because I'm so bad with names in both these games.
I understand.
The villain at the end of Miracle Mask.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Because he first appears in The Last Spectre, and when he first appeared, I'm like, this guy is awesome. I really like this guy a lot as a villain.
Yeah.
And I was like waiting for him to show up in the Miracle Mask, and I'm like, all right, so far it doesn't feel like this could be him. And then, bam, there he shows up as like the big mastermind, and I'm like, what the hell did you find the time to do this? This is nuts. But yeah, so he first appears in The Last Spectre, and what he does in that is crazy. But yeah, so yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Moving on. Next game, Justin. Keep them coming. I'm enjoying your list. It is a list after my own heart.
I'll say
You have no heart.
I have no heart.
I'll save the two, one best one and sort of mediocre one for last, I guess. Rogue Legacy, which literally during our Korra break, which nobody knows about except for now, I beat for the first time. I was on the final boss, and I'm like, well, I know I won't be able to beat him now. I need to level up a little bit. So I'm like, all right, while we're on our break, I'll play it, try and level up. By then, I knew I was already high enough level, 15 minutes in, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to try and fight him. And I beat him, and I'm like, all right, awesome. That game was amazing.
So happy.
I liked it. I enjoyed it. The boss was great. The bosses were great. The enemies were interesting. I think I'm going to play it again on New Game Plus. Don't know yet with all the games I have to play. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Story was, I guess, okay. When the final boss showed up, I was like, oh, okay, I kind of knew that first scene was going to be important, just waiting for it to show up when it would be, I guess. And yeah, it was really enjoyable. I do like all the abilities that each characters get. Some were worthwhile, some were not. Some I didn't even know what they did until some weird thing happened. But it was very enjoyable. I really enjoyed that game a lot.
Cool. Like, I've been thinking about maybe picking it up for Vita, but I don't know.
You should definitely give it a try.
Okay. I have played it before, but like, I don't know, I guess I burnt out on it. I didn't even beat the first boss on it. I kept getting stuck. No, I did beat the first boss. Never mind. I got to the second area. I was like, but who knows? Maybe I would like that game better. Second brush, maybe on Vita or something. Did you play it predominantly on PS4 or Vita?
Yeah, on PS4. Got on the PSN Play thing, and really haven't started up my Vita until the next game I guess I'll talk about.
Go on. This is the less okay one?
Yeah, this is the less okay one. I'm
breaking my
sorry.
heart here.
You
and me had that hype sesh together.
I need to play it more though. All right. It's Sword Art Online Hollow Fragment, and I was so excited. Me and you were both so excited to play this. It looks so good. And then I play it, I get past the tutorial, which is what we saw in the YouTube video, and I'm like, all right, this is really cool. I really like this. And now I'm in Aincrad on floor 76, and literally opened up everything. Like, pretty much tossing you into an MMO 3/4 of the way through and try and figure out what the hell's going on with these quick tutorials.
Ooh.
And not know where to go, not know what to do, really. And I'm just like, where am I supposed to go? I'm already level like 900. Where do you want me to go? Like,
Jeez.
I can't, why am I need to level up? I don't know why I need to level up. Oh, you're teaching me how to put people in my party, which is only one other people. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, why do I need to put another person in my party? Okay, you get these new abilities with it. And then they show you the menu system, and it's complicated as shit. Like, so many items, so many menus, and I'm still confused on buttons and clicking right buttons to do certain things, and it's so complicated for what a game should be. And there's tutorials, which I looked at and read, still confused. I do not get where I'm supposed to go, what I'm supposed to do. There's side quests, like stupid little small side quests, like, oh, there's this boar eating this corn. Go to this floor and try and beat them all so we don't have to worry about the corn being eaten.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to do that now because I feel like that's a side quest. I don't want to do side quests. I want to figure out where the hell the main story is.
You gotta make everybody your girlfriend, Justin. That's the priority.
Well, they already did that for you there, Alex. First part is Asuna's already mad at you because you were with another girl in another world already.
This sounds so perfect already. God damn it. Where's my Vita? I need to buy everything.
And
That's exactly what I want.
Please. That's what I need.
I mean, and then like the combat looked cool on the YouTube video. You play it, and it feels so mediocre. Like, it's so boring.
You're breaking my heart.
You
whole
press,
heart.
I mean, so far,
I'll break his heart.
I'm gonna keep breaking his heart. You press one button, that's your attack button, and then you have like abilities which like maybe stun the enemy or something like that. But to do the super cool attacks, at least so far that I've only played, you keep pressing the attack button, and if you have enough SP and this other gauge, I forget what it is, if that's high enough, you get to do a special ability which does like more damage, and at least in the beginning, you're killing enemies with just doing that after the end of the combo. And I'm like, there's so much menu to this game. Why is I don't get this. And then, I mean, since you watch Sword Art Online,
yeah,
he has the two weapons, like his two signature weapons, right away. Oh, you can buy more weapons, and I'm like,
what?
He has his best weapons in like the whole entire game. Why does he need more weapons, and why does he need to upgrade them?
That is not canon.
It's frustrating on multiple levels of how the game plays and just some of the other things that are in it. And I mean, I guess the coolest part about the game is Lifa and Sinon are in the game in Aincrad, wearing different clothes, and they're totally aware of being in the other game. But now they're all of a sudden in this game, and they're confused, like why they're in the game. But they know what's going on and know everybody and all that stuff.
Shit's getting weird. That's what's happening.
But I mean, the story's okay. It's about this. I think it's called the Hollow area that this new girl Philia is in, and she can't leave. And for some reason, this is a totally new area that's not in Aincrad or anything. Like, no map or anything can really show where it is, and nobody else can go to it except for people that, for some reason, magically get transported there by some unknown entity, and Kirito, which he can bring one person with him to that place. But right now, I literally have no idea what to do. I did the tutorial missions. I did like the first mission, and now it's like there's no mission. I literally have no idea where they want me to go, and the area is so big and so complicated. I don't even know where to go for a mission except for those side missions.
This sounds like the most perfect game ever, Justin. I don't know what you're complaining
The
about.
most perfect thing ever.
Well, then you should play it. Because
Game
you
of my
see how confusing it is.
It's almost as good as the Vita game Jared's been playing, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Because we have no news, and literally Justin and I have consumed your lives with Japanese role-playing games, we're going to take a quick break, so I could pee mostly.
Really?
And I need to talk about
Oh,
another
about
game,
you,
and
isn't it?
slightly more about this game. I'm sorry,
Okay.
guys, but I do need to talk about this game.
But we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, I swear to God, we're gonna let other people talk. But there's no news, so we'll make it work. I'll make it work in the editing.
Make it work.
Something will happen. For this break, we're gonna do a music.
Work it out.
We're gonna do a music break because we haven't done one of those in a while. There's a recent
That's
album.
in the song.
I do have a song. There's a recent album that came out by one of my new favorite artists. His name is Savant. He's like a electronic artist, and I really like him a lot. His new album Protos came out on the 8th of August, I believe.
Oh, that was in Final Fantasy V.
And there's a song on it. It's 2 minutes long, so it's fit for a music break. It's called Rider in Red, and it's super awesome, and I like it a lot. So I'm gonna slip it in here. I hope you guys like it. If you do, there's a link to where you can buy his album in the description below. So check that out, or above. I don't know. For those
Wherever descriptions go.
where the description is, for those watching the video, you guys don't get to hear it. Let's download the audio show and give us numbers. So that's it. We will be back in just a little bit. Enjoy the music. All right, Scott, are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm sorry that.
Hold up, let me do like a 5-second mic recheck.
Okay, I'm sorry that we went on this crazy JRPG tangent. Justin and we just.
I'm cool with it.
It takes control of our bodies.
Just
You're breaking me,
Control
Justin.
of our bodies.
God damn it, man.
just yours, man.
Justin just derailed my hype train. I think he's not in the room at the moment, though. All right, you ready, Scott?
All right.
All right, on 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, it's always
Okay.
weird. It's always weird when it just ends. I'm sorry, Jarrett, that we're killing you with all this JRPG talk, but think about it. You get to contribute in just a little bit.
I think there's a common misconception that I hate JRPGs. That's not true. It's just you don't play the ones I like.
Is a whole
Have
other...
you talked about the ones that you do like with us before?
I don't think so, actually.
What, all right,
Final
well,
Fantasy X?
Final Fantasy 6?
6 I like.
There
I
you
like
go.
10.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
10 was
remastered.
good, yeah.
You talked about that.
Oh yeah, when it was remastered, I was on and talked about that.
I'll be
Ooh,
right back.
did you ever finish Bravely Default?
No,
Really? You were the one who played that?
I'm close. I'm in the 5th chapter, like the 5th act. I just haven't gotten the will to continue this game. Mostly because I figured it was going to end and it just didn't, and I was like, well, fuck. But I spent a lot of time grinding, so I've spent easily 200 hours in that game. And I'm I
geez,
didn't
are you-
spend probably 50 more.
Are you,
God damn.
are you max level?
Oh yeah, it's bad. And I take the difficulty all the way up. I don't even fight anymore. Things show up and I just spam fucking Braves and things just die.
You could just probably put on auto and you'll be fine.
It's intense. At this point, I can just turn encounters off and just not fight anymore because there's really no point. I've gotten it pretty much about as high as I'm gonna get. It bred everything I'm gonna need to get out of fighting things.
Well, I can talk about it with you because Alex isn't here. So, did you like that twist?
I
Or
don't know
have
that I
you
liked it.
Or have you completely figured it out yet?
At
not
this
completely.
point, I feel like we know where this is going.
Yeah, I mean,
Which is fine. I don't think it's
finished it.
terrible. I just wish it kind of twisted earlier, because I feel like I knew it was coming earlier, so I felt like I played the third and fourth act, kind of with a weird reluctance, only because I was hoping that what I knew was going to happen was just going to do either going to be the end or was just going to happen now, and the rest of the game will be a weird sort of.
You're in Act 5. Okay, Act 4, Act 5. So, you know who the bad guy is at this point.
Yeah.
Right. They play it up, and you can end the game here and now. Do you know how to?
No.
You want me to tell you?
Sure.
Yeah.
Alex, stop listening to the
Alex, you
recording.
have to stop
Oh
listening.
yeah, I'll take my headphones off. They're off.
All right, what you
Let's
do?
put it
Is,
by
Wait, what are we
email.
talking about?
Bravely Default. Spoilers.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what you do is at one of the crystals,
Mhm.
overcharge it and break it.
I'll just break it.
Overcharge it and break it. And that
That's
breaks the cycle, then
I
Aerie
swear I'm
goes.
not looking at pictures of dicks.
I didn't realize you could.
Mm-hmm.
I will.
It's when if you went and played, I might have ruined it a little bit for you, but the entire thing here is what Sage Juliana said with have the courage to disobey, something like that.
Right.
That's the entire plot here, and I encourage you to at least finish until it's clearly obvious what you have to do.
Right.
Because there's if you skip it, you're missing some pretty good stuff.
All right. I can do that.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay, I was just about to do that.
Is it safe to come back
It's safe.
in?
It's safe. We're done.
Okay.
Although,
good to see that.
Oh, okay.
Alex, you
What?
might end up hearing it during the recording.
No, I always skip the breaks.
Oh,
You're
okay.
fine.
Okay.
I don't listen to that shit. It already takes me
You got
5
any
days.
emails?
Any more emails? Let me check. I had it up. Oh, I still have it up. Yay.
For all the listeners listening to us live, Alex
No,
plus
Marty, keep it very
me
slowly.
plus
I don't know, they're
alcohol
probably-
plus JRPG equals bad things.
That's not true. I am on my 3rd beer, and I am a lightweight now. But I don't remember what we were talking about.
So, not a lightweight.
So the rule stands.
Sounds good to me. All right, let's take it back. Hey guys, we are back.
Nothing?
Scott, please tell me about video games. Wait.
Just so it wasn't quite done yet.
I
Justin
wasn't
had one
done.
left, right? I'm
I had one left and just a little bit
Alex, you're drunk. Keep chugging.
Okay. I'm just gonna die by the end of this. That's how it ends.
Just a little bit left to Sword Art Online. I mean, I need to play it more before I actually realize if it's something more noticeable. But it is confusing, but it could get better as I play. But there is some cool things about it.
Go on.
You are on Aincrad,
Go on.
and how they get into the menus in the anime is they swipe down, right? So I'm like I press start and I get this like weird sub menu of something of showing events and some other settings, and I'm like, where the hell's the menu? And I'm like, wait a second. Swipe down on the front touchscreen, menu popped up, and I'm like, that was pretty damn sweet. I will admit, I was not expecting that at all.
That is not the level of cool that I was anticipating.
I'm sorry.
I'll say I was expecting a little bit higher a threshold for the awesome sweetness that was coming, but
Well, then here's more awesome, maybe.
okay.
You can't log out, guys. The
Oh,
log
that's-
out button is
that's
completely black.
cute. It's because they're trapped. This isn't funny, guys. They can die.
You can die. It's
So you
bad.
die once, and you have to turn off your Vita and throw it in a river.
I haven't died yet, so I don't know. Maybe I should experiment. But besides that, the only other game which is surprisingly fun is Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare.
I disagree. I thought this game looked fun from the get-go. I don't think it's a surprise.
See, I thought it was gonna be fun, but just from when everybody was talking about it, and I'm like, and there were mixed reviews on it, I'm like, I don't care. I still really want to play this. Played it, and literally I've been playing it like half of my day, Friday and Saturday. Well, today, yeah. And it's really fun. The game modes are really interesting. They kind of incorporate the Plants vs. Zombies mentality to it. and playing as the zombies and the plants are completely different. So you're not playing like the same kind of type of enemy as you would yourself as a plant versus a zombie. And yeah, it's fun.
You hear that now, Bashin? It's fucking fun. So get off your high horse.
You know what would be more fun? What? If you could play as like an international mediator to try to like calm the war between plants and zombies and them. To start a peace treaty between
just
plants
play
and
as,
zombies.
Like Crazy Steve or whoever that fucking guy's name
Yeah,
is.
whatever his name is.
Well, I don't want to say confirm this or not, but in one of the modes I was playing, it usually shows like what people are playing as, like so you can choose which kind of type of player you want to play as if there's too many of the other. Somebody did have a Crazy Dave icon, and I'm like, is somebody playing as Crazy Dave right now? And I couldn't tell while playing if somebody was playing as Crazy Dave or not. I don't know if it's just like a glitch or not, but it was there, and I'm like, oh, all right, I guess you're going to be playing as Crazy Dave now. Start throwing tacos at people or something, I don't know.
Dude, that guy fucking loves tacos.
I like the story of Plants vs. Zombies 2 is Crazy Dave ate a taco that was so good that he wanted to go back in time and eat it again.
Yes.
But you go back in time and you go back too far. So you have to fight your way back to the point in time when Crazy Dave ate that taco.
Yeah, trying to find the taco again, yep. So
it's pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, Crazy Dave.
It sounds like it's got a good story, but I just don't care for the gameplay of Plants vs. Zombies.
It's got a good story if you define good by like quality of taco.
It sounds like it's an enjoyable something to laugh at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I wonder if Ethan can drive me to Taco Bell after this, because I fucking sure as shit can't drive there.
Well, just so you know, speaking of Taco Bell.
What, their dollar menu and how fucking great it is?
It is, but I also had an AM Crunchwrap today.
Dude, I didn't believe you. But
they're good. Like
that AM Crunchwrap's got something going on.
They're probably not the most healthy for you, but damn, they're good.
It is like
I think that's an overstatement. Probably not the most healthy. Probably nothing at all about that is healthy.
It is right up there with Stacy's mom with the level of how much it has going on. Scott, talk about video games. Justin's done, I swear.
I can't.
All right, but you're gonna be upset, then you're gonna be happy.
42.
Right, I played Cave Story.
Okay.
This is not the okay. This is where you're gonna be upset.
Why am I upset? I like Cave Story.
Yeah, and I really, really fucking hate it.
Oh, you fucking twat! What is wrong with you? Why do you hate?
Well, this time, I'm not pinning this on me. Normally, I say I'm sorry, but I can't get with you on this one. But this one is fuck you. This is not good.
Oh God!
This time it's the game, and I'm not gonna move from that.
Oh God! You hate everything I love. It's like literally.
Would you at least like me to tell you why?
All right. Okay. I give everybody a fair shake on this.
All right. First off, is this is the thing that irks me the most, and this is probably where you're going to be the understanding here. First off is the difficulty system. What do I do with pretty much every game I play?
Set it to hard.
Yeah. Do I stay there? Most of the times, no. This particular time, again, no. What ends up happening in hard mode is they take all the drops on the floor away from you, except for hearts and experience.
Okay.
And what that does is you miss a lot of weapons. You end up missing a map. You end up missing every health container. And this ends up taking gameplay away from you.
Yeah.
And that's making somebody miss out on a lot of the game by setting the difficulty to harder is a terrible way to do hard mode.
Like, I guess I think hard mode's probably like the developer explanation for it. It's designed for people who have played the game before. But I do agree with you. Like, there are people who just like to play their games on hard because they just assume that they can handle the challenge and they're missing out on content.
And like for a while, I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm missing out some, but you know what? The problems with the gameplay I have still stand, so there's no real reason for me to stay on either the other two modes. Because I'll get into that in a little bit. Because essentially they're not too much different. However, you are missing some gameplay.
Yeah.
Now the real reason here is you're jumping in that. I can't stand the jumping.
Is it too floaty for you?
It is extremely floaty, but I wouldn't mind that if the enemy's jumping was floaty too.
And it's not.
It's not at all. It's the complete opposite. So every time you go to jump, you get fucked up by it until you play enough to get used to it.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, that's not okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Another element is some of the randomness in the enemy's movement, particularly on the second boss, the Kool-Aid guy.
Lunchbox guy, yeah.
Yeah.
Guy.
I can't. He goes through a wall and says, "Oh yeah."
Balrog. I think. Well, of course, that's a direct reference.
I mean,
it's fucking fantastic too. I love that.
I do. I like that too. But like, he's one of the only things that I like about that game.
Yeah. You don't like quote the main character?
There's nothing about him to like yet.
I know. I'm just teasing.
And I don't like Sue at all.
Well, I don't like Sue either. I'll say that you are not alone in that.
And the person they mistook Sue for, okay. Chief, I can't relate to him yet. So right now he's kind of just a dick.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not far enough to like do that, but the gameplay for me is so wrong that I don't see a point in going forward.
Yeah, if the gameplay loop isn't there for you, like the story's not going to sway you one way or the other. It's like, it is one of those classical style games where the gameplay is king and the story is not so much.
And this time the gameplay is peasant.
Well, I'm sorry you don't like it. I definitely do.
Now here's the other thing. The big thing about this is I would have been more okay with the hard mode if the level system of the weapons wasn't so crazy as well.
What don't you like about it?
It takes away a certain, I want to say, percentage based off of how many times you get hit. In hard mode, basically after the first level, you get hit, you're dead. So, so there is no losing weapons after. There is no getting hit, so there's no dropping in the levels.
Yeah.
So like at that point, it's like, why is this even here? You go into the earlier difficulties, it makes a little more sense. However, what ends up happening is if you drop a level with the two main weapons that you use early on, you're either fighting. Man, my words today. I'm worse than you right now.
You're fine.
You're either on the last leg. The enemy's on his last leg, meaning you've pretty much already won. Or you're dead again.
Yeah, I mean, but like logistically, they couldn't just give you the strongest version of the weapon. You should have to earn the experience over time. But I get what you're saying of like if you just lose it all at once, then there's no fucking point of building it up. But again, that's just like that's a mechanic, That was the developer choice of like making you work for it at least in some way.
I don't mind you making you work for the weapon, but the game itself is not geared for you to use the other versions of the weapon besides that max level 1.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're playing on easy.
I disagree, but I can see you're very adamant about this. I'm sorry that the game's just not rubbing you the right way. It sounds like it. Not your cup of tea.
The other thing here is this saw wouldn't be nearly as bad if because the way the game's set up, it's set up to be very trial and error.
Yeah.
But trial and error in this game is not fun.
Yeah, I think that's something that's pretty true through the end of it.
And so it's not like any of these things individually is game breaking. It's all of it put together is enough for me to say, I'm sorry, but no.
Yeah, man. Not for you. I'm sorry. That makes me sad. Of all the games, I would think that you would like Cave Story, but... Alright. Ah, well then. Another one down the drain. Fuck it and throw it in the garbage.
Shovel Knight did the old school game real well.
Yeah, I think Cave Story doesn't do it
This
as well
was
as Shovel
probably just one of the first pretty well done ones.
Knight. Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. But hey, like to each their own. That's no big deal. What else? Have you been
Second
playing?
one is Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
This one I'm really liking.
Yeah. Go on.
Did you have lots and lots of kids yet?
I'm not that far yet.
All the kids.
Straight babies.
Straight
Baby
popping
making.
boobies. I'm a babies. What?
Popping boobies too. I mean, I guess that's first. Then it's the babies.
What?
Yeah, you know. Babbies, man. Star babbies. What?
Star babs.
Oh, I remember Star Babies. I played that for like 5 days.
And then you were like, fuck this game.
Pretty much.
Called it. So, what are you liking about Fire Emblem? Or is this is one of those situations where I was like, it's hard to explain?
Well, I'm not too far enough in to say what I like about it more than before.
What chapter are you on?
I just beat chapter 2.
Oh, okay, yeah, then.
Yeah, I'm like,
You haven't even
I'm
got
just there. I just
air
got
system.
support talks, which are kind of funny.
Yeah, oh,
They're
support
great.
talks. Support talks get like way funnier too. Like they pull on some pretty good comedy gold on that in that front. I'll say.
Let's see here. I'm at the point. They haven't told me that weapons have uses yet. I'm gonna be really, really sad when the Silver Lance breaks. Can I prevent that?
Nope.
There's no way to refill on the uses of weapons.
No, you got to you have to buy new weapons. That's the system that Fire Emblem uses. There are actually items that you can use to repair weapons to an extent, but for the most part, it is easier and more cost effective to just repair or buy new items.
To buy a new item, and like, do any special weapons appear that you still have a durability on?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
So it's all about like for instance, it's easier probably where you're at to access like a steel lance, and the silver lance then becomes more valuable because it has less usage. So you're like, oh, well, for the most part, I'll just use the steel lance, and then when I need it, I'll save the silver lance for that.
Right.
So like the special items will fall into those categories as well. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good.
Yeah, because I'll be real sad because right now it's a one-hit kill.
Oh yeah, Frederick knows how to fucking wield that thing like a badass. Oh.
21 uses left.
21 uses is plenty though for where you're at. You'll get rare drops too from enemies sometimes. So
Right now I have some kind of sword and some kind of axe.
all right. Anything else to say about Fire Emblems?
Fury Emblems.
Fury Emblems.
No, not much.
I haven't gone back to that since I beat it. I'm kind of glad like it's out of the way, so it's like I don't have to feel
I have a few
guilty.
questions though.
Yeah.
How do the double attacks work?
So, if like when have you gotten like pair ups yet? Like where you can stack 2 units on one block?
Yeah, you get that from the beginning of the game, even the tutorial.
Oh yeah, you're playing on hard mode, right?
Yes, one down. It's one difficulty up, not the max difficulty.
Yeah, not insane. So yeah, you have it from the get go. In normal, they introduced it in chapter 4, I think. So depending on the relationship, affects the likelihood that they will make a second attack. Like they'll make an additional attack. And when you actually, I didn't even notice this until like close to the end of the game. When you like go to attack for a stacked unit, like the likelihood that they'll attack is in the it's like a very small percentage written underneath of the likelihood of how much you'll hit. So,
Oh, okay. No, it's because I noticed that when I stacked 2 horse units together, they pretty much always did a double attack, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I'll just abuse this.
Yeah. It is dependent on like what they fight. Like depending on how much advantage they have affects the likelihood that someone will make 2 attacks. Like for
Right,
example,
and
if
then
you
putting somebody on a horse, a lot of advantage.
yeah, it's easier for them to do a double attack. So if you have like a sword guy fighting a lance with the backup will be less likely to do an assisted attack because they're at a disadvantage. So like it knocks all the percentages down.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have like an S rank relationship with anyone, meaning they're more than likely that they're married, they'll almost always attack together. So for future reference. So, but yeah,
Okay.
it's a weird thing. There's no like specific way to comprehend it. At least I haven't figured it out anyway. But it makes sense as you kind of like play and get the hang of it. Anything else to say about it?
Nope, I'm good.
Anything else you've been playing, Scott?
Nothing noteworthy.
Okay. Jarrett, I'm sorry, Navashin. I'll save you for last. I know you're sitting there getting angsty. I feel it.
I actually been playing a decent amount of shit.
All right. I
This week.
forgot to add you onto the list here we have in the doc because we decided that you're going to record with us literally like 10 minutes before we started recording. So
Yeah,
There can only be one purple person.
yeah, I'm sorry.
it's true. You're right.
But what have you been playing, Jarrett?
Well, I got Diablo 3.
Yep.
We went there already.
Yep.
Played a little bit of Ground Zeroes
Oh, okay. Thoughts?
for the PS4s.
PlayStation Quattors.
It's Metal Gear Solid. I think my only issue
Is it?
Is it though?
with that game, and really with stealth games in general nowadays, is that stealth works until it doesn't, and then you don't care to make it work anymore.
Yeah.
And older Metal Gear games, you didn't have that option because everyone was just better than you at shooting machine guns than you were. And that might have been both a lack in your mechanical ability to actually, shoot back, but it was also in turn the fact that there were many more of them than there were of you, and they're all working against one person, and you're working against several. Like in Metal Gear Solid 2, when you hit alarms, they would put gear on depending on how many times you've alarmed, and they would get harder and harder to deal with. So stealth became the only option. And you were punished if you weren't stealthy by dudes with riot gear and shields beating the shit out of you. In this game, it's kind of like if a guy saw you, he'll walk over and look for a second, and then it'll be okay. He'll kind of meander back to where the fuck he came from. Then you just shoot that guy in the face and move him into a brush, and then that's over. Or if an alarm does happen and everyone's ready, you can try to reestablish stealth and try again, or you can just pull out your gun and shoot everybody you see, because it's such a modern third-person shooter where shooting everybody you see is a super valiant option. And in a lot of cases, better than trying to tuck yourself back into a bush and hopefully everyone forgets what just happened. And it's kind of not disheartening because, it's kind of the way things have to be, I guess. I just wish that it meant you'll be able to play those kind of experiences again, but I don't think that's going to happen with Metal Gear Solid 5, unless they design these levels with those thoughts in mind. But I don't think that's really where the design's going in this particular game. If 5 is anything like Ground Zeroes, I enjoyed my time with it. I just don't know that I'll ever have the same, I guess, admiration for these games that I used to.
So,
Did you play Peace Walker?
Yes, I like Peace Walker.
I love Peace Walker. How do you think of the story then?
I think Peace Walker's story is fine. I mean,
as far as Ground Zeroes.
Ground Zeroes. I mean, I like the sort of very obvious sort of links between the bridges. I think it's interesting to see 70s Big Boss become the finally become the big boss everyone talks about.
Mm-hmm.
And that's neat to see. I don't know that Ground Zero's story really did much to enhance or hurt anything else. The last cinematic you go through is kind of interesting because it has the most implication. So it got me excited to know more. So I'll probably end up playing the Phantom Pain. Not that I think
but it's not like the Metal Gear that you know. This is not Metal Gear Solid 4. This is something...
Even Metal Gear Solid 4, when I played Metal Gear Solid 4 the first time, I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, this game's awesome.
Yeah.
But I have serious problems with the back half of Metal Gear Solid 4. After you get the Shadow Moses, essentially. The game changes. And really isn't... After you leave London when you're sneaking through the town, you'd never really use stealth like that again. In the game.
Yeah, I agree.
It becomes an action game against robots that don't need to see you to know you're there.
That final act where you just basically it's one big when you're on the ship, where it's just one big area that you have to get through. It's like stealth barely is an option in that section of the game.
Which in context is fine. It's a stealth game. It's kind of what it's known for. But I'll never have an experience like I did playing 3. Which I think 3 had super high points that were super awesome, and they came together so well in both a gameplay and a narrative sense. And I don't think that'll ever happen again.
That's why it's the best.
You're right there with me with 3. Okay, yeah. Someone who understands us now, Shin. 3 is superb. Yeah.
But that game's fine. That game is cool. I played a little bit of The Road Not Taken.
What do you think of it?
Yeah,
I actually like that game. I was playing a little bit yesterday, and that game's actually really funny.
It's very cute, clever, and I like it.
It's cute, clever, but it's also morose and dire at the same time.
Totally.
Because you have to save a bunch of kids, but you're not going to save them all. And they kind of know that, and they make jokes about the fact that you have to make difficult choices about who's going to get saved, and when it comes down to it, you have to save yourself first to make any progress. But that's the life everybody in this little town lives, so it's kind of a thing that they're sort of callous on, but then becomes an object of humor for them, and that's really funny. And the fun things you can find by just kind of fucking around, putting 4 bears together, or makes them a bear statue.
Yeah.
And that's Yetis just eat the shit out of bears.
Yeah.
It's funny to watch those things interact when you finally get opportunities to make them interact.
Yeah.
I played some of The Last of Us on the PS4.
Tell me about this multiplayer problem that you're having.
Now, it's not that the actual playing of the multiplayer is my problem. I think the multiplayer is actually pretty smart.
Okay.
My problem is the fucking story, if you will. I guess the Hunter / Firefly story you have to play through 12 weeks of games to get to the end. 14 weeks or whatever. Fucking bullshit.
Yeah, that's pretty bullshit.
That's 14 weeks times 7 days a week. That's how many games you have to play.
Yep.
And every so often, some bullshit happens where you just lose all your dudes and die. So I'm at week 10, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I might get the trophy this time. And then, nope. I just couldn't mark enough dudes in my games, and everybody died. And I'm like, well, I gotta start from the beginning. I spent literally 10 hours this week playing just multiplayer. I gotta do that shit again. Fuck that.
Yeah, so I played 10 weeks worth and I didn't lose everybody. So I don't quite understand, but I see where you're coming from.
Because the challenges get harder and harder as you go along, and it becomes the point where the challenges will always have, if you don't meet the baseline, the first level of, I guess, success, you will lose everyone. 100%.
Yeah.
It's kind of bullshit. Not because of the difficulty, it's because of the length of time you have to spend doing it. And it, 14 weeks of just playing whatever the fuck games, survivors, or it doesn't matter what 3 of those modes you play enough of them, and it becomes like a problem. It becomes like a thing you just never want to do again.
Yeah.
Which sucks because I like this. I've been playing the single player off and on in an accompaniment during using grounded mode, which I think is the way that game should have been built. I think.
Okay, so I haven't played grounded mode yet. I'm playing
Grounded mode is like the way to play that game. I think. Very few items. Absolutely no listen mode. If you get hit at like I know clickers are one-hit kills. Like regardless, but a normal runner, if they grab you, you're probably dead too.
Oof.
Bullets just suck. Getting shot just sucks.
Yeah, I noticed that you were going to take quite a bit of shots when I played.
But yeah,
Yeah.
granted, you take 2 shots and you're dead probably.
Yeah. Fuck, man.
But it makes you think. Like you don't. The option I've watched people like kind of break stealth and just run out and shoot everybody, which is kind of what this game's designed. Like it's not truly a stealth game. At the end of most encounters, you will probably have to get your hands dirty. But it's sort of game breaking or suspense breaking when you never really have to be in stealth in the first place.
Or when trying can get you killed faster
Right.
than running out and shooting from where you started.
Yeah.
I found that happened to me quite a few times too.
Grounded removes that. Like stealth is a necessity. Bricks are like little pockets of heaven because that's how you're going to get the jump on most people when you have to go melee them. You hit them in the face with a brick first because now they're super disoriented and you have to make a decision on like how that just got to die like immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So you covet bricks.
Yeah. I did like that, like, because when I played on Survivor, I liked that the amount of damage that enemies needed to take didn't really change. It's just like you shoot them in the head, they die. It's not like a situation where, in some games, like Gears of War, for example, you're shooting someone in the face.
Yeah, like 19 times,
19
and the boomer's
times.
just staring at you like.
On hard mode, and he's like, I don't give a fuck. In this case, it's like, when you shoot them, it still does just about the same damage it did on normal. It's just like you can't fuck around as much.
Right.
So I thought that was an interesting adjustment.
Yeah, so those who bought it on the PS4, I would recommend playing it on grounded.
Yeah, I was gonna do Survivor again, obviously, to once again attempt to get the platinum, but maybe I'll do grounded instead.
What else did I play?
I know a Vita game that you played.
Oh yeah, I've been playing Neptunia Rebirth.
Oh, is this the game you were saying that's bad?
Oh yeah, it's fucking terrible. By the way,
Oh,
I gave it the benefit of the doubt. Like when I started playing it, this game is absolutely horrible.
He broke you. Are you okay?
no.
Why?
Because I like the game.
I'm playing.
And apparently they fixed the things that were wrong in the
No,
original.
that's incorrect because whatever they fixed, they didn't fix enough. They didn't fix the fact that these people call each other the stupidest nicknames I've ever heard in my fucking life for no reason. Some chick has a 2-letter name and they call her a nickname with more letters for some fucking reason. Her name's not difficult to begin with.
That's the character, though. I don't care. In the second game, there's a character named Nepgear.
There's a second name. This is a second game.
There's 3, and coming
They
out
made
with a
3.
4th. All right.
God damn.
God damn it!
There's a character named Nepgear, and then the character names her Nep. The same amount of characters.
No, this is a bad thing.
Oh no.
Okay. Okay.
The story is just fucking silly.
Are you
Not
gonna,
like in a fun way, in like a bad way. Which sucks because I actually like playing the game. Like the mechanics of this game aren't bad. I don't think they're stellar by any stretch of the imagination, but it does interesting things, like being able to you can adjust the way dungeons sort of play out using plans. You can change what items drops or what kinds of enemies you find in the dungeon. just by adjusting the plans before you go on these missions in these dungeons. That's interesting.
That's new for the game.
When you the battle system is turn-based, but you have like a free movement and you can make an action in that kind of way. But the shapes you use to make attacks are based on the weapons you use, so that's kind of interesting when you start like overlapping your strategies, and you can make combos to sort of for each character, so that becomes an interesting sort of depth. It's just you have to hear them like squeal at each other in the middle of them, saying like I guess super cute things that are supposed to be like super endearing. No, their boobies just move.
Well, then
like
don't
when
play
they're talking.
the
I know. No, I'm not playing the original.
Because they fixed a lot of things. The combat in the original first game was really, really bad. And then and then in this game, from what you said too, they put in the second game and third game's combat, which totally better and fixed everything that was completely wrong with the first game's combat into this game, in the new one apparently, and which is great because they really needed to fix the problem with that combat.
Combat's I wouldn't say it's fun, but it's not. It's interesting. It's something you don't necessarily hate doing.
Yeah,
which is really it's one of those things like I find myself doing a lot because it's not playing the rest of the game.
And again, it's way better. So if you do not like this version, just imagine it being worse.
Imagine how much worse it could be.
Yeah, it was
I don't
really
think I can.
bad.
For people's reference, the situation that kind of erupted from this, like I was told by our PR guy that kind of solicits review codes for us. It's like, hey, I have a code for this game. I'm like, oh god, no one's ever gonna want to do this. So I put the word out saying like, hey, does anyone want to review this? And Jared's like, sure, fuck it. I'm like, it makes it so much better that I know you have no idea what the fuck this is. So
and I didn't. And I didn't even look. I wasn't gonna Google. I'm just gonna go right into it.
Oh, that makes it so good. What was your first reaction?
Because you open you see my first reaction is when I downloaded it and I saw the little icon and I was like, what the fuck am I about to do?
What is the name of this game? One more time.
Hyperdimension
Neptunia.
Oh, okay.
Greg's talked about it on the show before.
Greg probably loves it.
Oh, he adores it.
I
saw the first opening cinematic where they're all fighting each other. Where I guess they're kind of they fight each other then stop to talk about like what they're fighting and why they're fighting, and then they turn on the one character who becomes the protagonist. Mm-hmm. But it was at that point I realized I made like a horrible mistake.
That was the point. Okay.
That was it. I was like,
so really the beginning of the game.
Because the very beginning when they're explaining like game industry and like this world that is like each 4 sections of the world are pretty much just lampoons of like
the
video game companies and consoles. I was like, this is bad.
That's the moment.
And I was actually gonna chime in on you, Alex, because I saw you post that, and I'm like, I wonder if I could just like sneak in and say, hey, can I review this?
You totally could have. I would have been like, anyone, please, God.
Because, again, I mean, I guess, obviously, maybe. I do enjoy it. I will admit, though, these are not the greatest games in the world. But they have that, like, little enjoyableness to them with the characters, and literally the whole game is making fun of the gaming industry. Mm-hmm. Each of these companies and characters are companies, and again, in the beginning, I don't know if you laughed at this part, Jarrett, because I know I almost laughed out loud when I heard it, but the Xbox character, Vert, she was just telling off everybody else, the PS3, the Wii, and all that, oh, you guys are so weak. No wonder nobody likes you guys. Just look at me. I have the biggest boobs of us all. This is why people like me as much as everybody, more than all of you guys. I have bigger boobs. That's why everybody comes to me
I can
instead
really
of
relate to this
PS3
situation.
and the Wii.
Like, in a weird way.
I laughed twice, I think. I laughed when one of the characters called that character Thunder Tits, and I was like, that's exactly what I was thinking.
That was the Wii. I'm sorry, I
And
remember that. It was the Wii. The Wii character
then
said that, and I laughed so hard.
I laughed when they make a reference to, I guess, Neptune hitting the ground and her being lodged in the ground like a sword, and they keep making off-color references to Soul Edge from the Soul Calibur series, but don't say Soul Edge. They actually say Soul and then like asterisk censor out the Edge part. But
Yeah.
they keep saying it back and forth to each other, and I'm like, I get it, I understand.
Yeah,
But
and
they start describing Soul Edge, but they can't use the word, they can't use the name, so they find like off ways to describe it to each other to make sure they're talking about the same thing.
Like
Yeah.
a soul that has like a super sharp edge.
It's like a sword with like the eyeball in it that like blinks sometimes, that like a big suit of armor carries. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm like, I know what they're talking about.
yeah,
But-
like that's the one thing I like about the game is it literally does not take itself seriously, and it wants to make fun of everything.
I think the
don't know if-
problem is though, like 80% of the time it fails because it
Sometimes,
does. It's so self-absorbed and self-referential that it's only funny if you like things about the game. The problem is I don't like enough about these characters to think the things they're saying are funny.
Mm-hmm.
And I might be the wrong person to review this game. I guarantee that's probably the issue.
Oh,
if you or Greg
totally.
reviewed this game, it'd be a different review.
I mean, I don't. Did you post the review yet?
Oh no.
No, that's probably going to be. It's going to be this week. I don't know when. Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm aiming for.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Alex, but I don't know the scoring. Literally, out of a 1 out of 10, right now, what would you give it?
A 4.
Me? Oh, okay, good.
A 4?
4. Because
Okay.
it's like almost not. It's like not. It's not a median game for me. It's less than average for me.
Okay.
I haven't finished, and I've played maybe 20 hours, I think, and I'm gonna try to get at least to like the 4th area
Okay.
and get like most of that done. But right now, 4. I'm hovering over 4 to 5 maybe, but I don't think it's an average game, so I'm probably not gonna make it a 5.
20 hours is
Okay.
super impressive. I'll just say. From my perspective.
I'm impressed how much time I've spent with this game.
Okay. I'll just say now, I probably would be one of the better people to review it.
I'll just say, like, I'm a better man for the job, but
No, I'll say Jared.
shots
I
fired.
mean, this is the one game that I actually do sort of enjoyed. The original one, if I would have given it when I first played it, I probably would have given it like a 6 or 6.5. But from what I've heard and seen on this game and how it fixed some of the things on this from the first one, I probably would have given it like a 7.5. I would need to play it. I had it reserved. I saw my copy. I just have to wait for it to actually be able to purchase it. But yeah, I would probably give it a 7.5, knowing some of the changes they gave.
And that's totally acceptable. I mean, there are plenty of games that are not good that I play all the time, or used to play all the time. Like, me and Alex had a conversation about Warframe. He's like, why the fuck do you even play this game? I'm like,
That's
shut
pretty
up.
much exactly what I fucking said. It's like, why the
And that game's not good.
that game is not good.
That game's like a 5 at best, maybe.
Yeah. God, that game is like actively bad, if anything.
It's actively bad. So that game's happening.
Okay. Anything else?
I've played Micromon, the fake iPhone, like complete 1000% ripoff of Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
Me and a friend of mine bought it. We're like, well, here's the deal: we're not going to play Pokemon X and Y because we're not paying $30 for that. We will pay $1 each though for 100% fake Pokemon, just because we're interested. We want to know.
Okay.
And this game is so egregiously Pokemon that I'm surprised like Nintendo hasn't kicked the door open and like shot someone.
Is it
There
like,
was-
just literally
The
Pokemon?
differences between you can count on your hands and maybe on one hand the differences between this game and Pokemon.
it's like one thing and it's names of things.
And I would even argue that Micromon, the things that it does change are actually things that needed to be changed in Pokemon.
Well, if you haven't played X and Y, those games are pretty good. They changed a lot of things in those games.
I know of in a cursory, sense. I know what X and Y.
Pokemon Palmer.
Yeah.
I know what they do. I mean, but this game is so fucking funny at just how a complete ripoff it is.
Just breaks every like kind of pretense of like, hey, we're totally no, fuck it, man.
No, like even other games like when Modern Combat is a complete ripoff of Call of Duty, it doesn't like completely just take like cinematics from Call of Duty and just pretend it's them. Like it doesn't take straight up mission from Call of Duty and just pretend it's theirs. Like they made it up. Micromon is like, no, we pretty much played Pokemon a lot and we really like that, so we're just gonna continue to do that. And Nintendo won't care. They probably won't mind.
Probably.
Like even from like meeting a wayward professor who needs your help to go find more of these bitches for some reason. Oh, by the way, yes, I can't just leave you. I can't let you just go out there alone so you can pick one of my starter ones I have for you. I need you to travel to like 8 destinations to, meet masters of the taming crafts, and maybe you'll learn a thing or two from them, and you come back to me when you're like the shit. Walk through these bushes so you can capture wild ones so that you can be a better like random digital monster enslaver than everybody else. It's really funny.
I think I get what you're throwing down here.
I kind of want to play this now.
Yeah, but I like the fact you don't have to have any particular creature forget skills when it learns too many. You can kind of just swap its active skills in and out. So if it learns 6 skills, you only have 4 that you can actually draw from in a battle, but you can switch what those 4 will be.
Yeah, right. What instead they do in Pokemon is like, oh, you can use Move Tutor, but it's a pain in the ass to do it.
Right.
It's like, come on.
Things like IVs, though in X and Y, it's my understanding that like IVs and EVs aren't so nebulous anymore. They're kind of like a transparent system now. But before, you had to just kind of know how to EV train your shit. And this is like this is pretty much laid out the bear in this game too. Like, like how things develop and whatnot.
It became easier to get into getting the max IVs. It's not super transparent. They added 2 items that made it take a shorter amount of time, but it's still too much. By too much, I mean if you want to put together a team, it's pretty much all you play is Pokemon and play around 2-3 hours a day. Next month you'll have your team ready.
Right.
Jesus.
It's just the same thing, just grinding.
Yeah, unless of course the only thing that you're doing is swapping out one Pokemon.
All right. So, is it like a good Pokemon clone?
It's actually a pretty confident one. The story's stupid as hell, so don't even bother with that.
Okay. Pokemon's got a stupid story too, all
yeah.
of them do.
This is actually even really funny in the way that it copies its stupid ass story. Just like, because you get sucked into like a digital app, and it's like a weird Digimon like Pokemon cross thing going on for you.
That's great.
But what's funny is you think you're trapped in it, and at the end of like the tutorial like missions, the doctor's like, "Oh, you can go back to your real world at any time." And you're like, "Well, what the fuck does this game even exist then? Why would I come back here?" It's the greatest like caveat I've ever seen. Like, yeah, I mean, you were stuck here, and you don't really need to be here. We don't really need your help, but if you want to come back, I mean, you can totally.
Like, we miss you.
Yeah. Welcome to Micromon. I love you.
I love you. Wow, that's.
But if you want a Pokemon like sensation and don't want to pay $30 and would rather just pay $1, Micromon might do that for you.
There was a time, speaking of clones, bit of a non sequitur, but I played a Super Mario World clone on the PC when I was like 10. managed to figure out how to get it to work and install it and got a PC controller working with it. I don't know. Those clone games can be surprisingly super fun. But
Yeah, and I know a lot of people hate them. I know you get on Twitter and watch Rami Ishmael write a fucking dissertation about why clone games are bad for the industry, and I think he has a point, but there's obviously a market for something like that. If you're not putting your games on mobile devices, somebody else will.
But like Activision's been making clone games of their own damn game for years now. They've been making $1 billion a year, so
right. But
I don't know.
the reason a Micromon exists on an iPhone is because Pokemon never did. And if Pokemon did, people would buy it and wouldn't buy Micromon, but they can't.
Yep.
So think about that shit, Nintendo.
If only they had an Android where they could do something like called an emulator, maybe? I'm not endorsing emulators or anything of the sort.
What?
But you could do something like maybe make up an own Pokemon game and then maybe play it. Something like this on my phone.
All right, listen. These fucking communist ideas are really making me uncomfortable, Justin. So if you got a point here, just fucking get
I
to
do. It's called this on my phone.
Pocketmon. Pocketman.
Pokemon. Literally on my phone.
Literally
Man.
pocket monsters. All right, Jared. Anything else you've been playing?
No. I think me and my friends have started playing The Old Republic again, but that was weeks ago.
Yeah. Just getting back
I looked
to
at
the KOTOR.
looked at The Witcher 2 again. Didn't
Yeah.
play it. I opened up one of my files and just looked at it for a second. And then
We've
turned it off.
successfully indoctrinated Jacob, so
Yeah.
we'll get there.
Which is good. He needs to get there. I think it'd be good for him.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny. Jacob and I were supposed to play Dead Space at like 1 o'clock today. We never did.
Just didn't.
Yeah. He never texted me back.
Just never did.
He just fucking forgot about me. So I was sitting there like playing Diablo by myself with a single tear dripping down my face
While forgetting to watch Korra.
while forgetting to watch Korra. I took care of that though. All right, Nabishin, you've been patient. You've waited.
And you've been quiet.
And you've
I
been
don't like
quiet.
that. I don't like that at all.
I'm super tired.
Yeah, we put you to sleep and we woke you back up again. Let's talk about your video games.
I beat Hohokum. We talked about Counter Spy. I like Surgeon Simulator now. Beat The Last of Us Remastered. Did the DLC. Back to Persona 4 Golden. Played Rhythm Heaven Feed with my nephew and playing more Blaze Blue Continuum shit so I can finally play Chrono Phantasma. That is it. That is everything I played.
Do you want to talk
I'm
about
so tired.
anything specific?
No. I'm super tired.
Okay. Well, we're not going to talk about news, though. So, we're going to take a quick break.
Hold it!
What?
I tried to do a Phoenix Wright, didn't work.
God damn it, Justin. What do you want, Justin?
Just two small things.
All right.
Two small things.
Two small things. They better be small.
One that I forgot to say before we even started, which is I got an awesome license plate. Just saying.
Yeah.
It says LRXN 12. It's pretty sexy, just saying.
Oh, you told me about this. That's right.
So sexy. And I got so many people that actually knew who it was.
It's a
Pretty damn
Kingdom
awesome
Hearts
company.
reference for people who don't know, and I won't spoil it past there. But
But just put in Kingdom Hearts, and that should be easy to figure out. Just,
yeah.
And then the other thing is, I forgot to say during Sword Art Online, Hollow Fragment. I haven't unlocked it yet, so I don't know how you unlock it.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently it has the first game in it, Infinity something in it.
Yeah.
So right there, I guess the price is sort of cut in half for both games. So I guess that makes it sort of worth it, even though I don't know what the hell I'm doing in the game yet. So yeah, so there, more reason to buy it, maybe.
Okay. That's clever. If that is true, then I feel bad for everyone who bought the other one that came out.
The other one didn't come out. It was only in Japan. I think they combined both for us here.
Okay, good. I thought they were both coming out here at the same time.
That's what I thought, but then I think I read up online that they're both in that one game for us.
Okay. All right, then we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to do emails and end this show with some Korra talk. So we will be back in just a little bit.
Objection.
All right. Does anybody need to pee or do anything?
No.
Okay.
I'm out of a drink, but I don't know if I should drink anymore.
I definitely should.
Good.
All right. I'll pull up the email, reading music, and then we will... Or no, we'll start with a voicemail. That's the classy way to do it.
I'm sick of talking, so yeah, voicemail.
Voicemail. It's a pretty basic email. I like it, though. I enjoy Harold's silly questions.
Can I answer it with 42?
Nope.
Damn.
You're cheating again, Justin.
42 is the answer to everything. I'm not cheating.
How are you? Are you okay there?
Yes,
How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Just
Just don't know if I should drink another drink.
Just feeling just a little incredibly intoxicated. All right.
Just slightly.
Hey guys, we're back. We have an email and a voicemail, and I've decided for us that we will do the voicemail first this time. Instead of asking and electing people for what they want, I've decided. I've thrown down the hammer. I have finally abused my power and told Silver PR he can have his time.
Executive decision.
Executive decision. This is
Except
the
for
only
the
one I'll
point
ever
where
do.
I seconded the voicemail.
Yeah, Justin's done
That's
talking.
because you're a sponsor of tyranny.
I am, because I'm the king.
And the king's orders
Tyranny's
Are always absolute.
are always absolute. Jared, where are you in Persona 4 Golden? I'm curious real quick.
Not very far past the last time you
Okay.
talked.
Did you see the King's game?
I saved the dude guy.
Kanji.
Damn it,
Yeah.
no King's
Who I
game.
think is hilarious.
Kanji's awesome.
And we figured out. I remember talking to him about what happened to him, and we're trying to find the other guy he was talking to, the
Until
little
you
kid
get back.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, get banned.
I gotcha. All right. Keep at it, man. It's only up
I'm
from here.
chipping, but then I get fucking distracted by weird shit.
You need to know where my tagline comes from. I think Silver PR finally found out, and it was hilarious.
He watched the anime.
Yeah.
He now knows. All right. Let's do it, Silver PR. Lay down whatever you're going to say on us.
Crew, so PR here. Before I
only
start
7
talking
minutes
about video
long.
games and tangents, I just want to give props to Alex. Thanks for your good vibes. Also, whoever else sent them
You're welcome.
afterwards. My girlfriend has like a gum infection. Tooth is bothering her like hell. Dentist is not available, and since she's pregnant, she cannot take whatever antibiotics she can handle because, you know, the baby.
Mhm.
And at 1:30 in the morning today, or as August 22nd, as I'm recording this, she called me and I needed to rush her to the hospital, and it's been like 12 fucking long hours. And yeah, thankfully she's back home. She's okay. Still bothering, but at least she got some new medication. Maybe she could handle it through the weekend. Thing is that I'm doing this before I go to sleep because I'm so groggy. So sorry if I slur any word.
That's fine.
But enough about that. Let's go to games. One game relevant for the past 2 weeks. Borderlands 2. Since Destiny's still a couple weeks away, I needed to play something
This
that
fucking
is
game.
similar. Although Borderlands 2 is like quite the opposite. It's like
You
the balls
liked
to
it.
the wall, satire, black comedy, action,
comedy.
RPG. That, you know, it's gonna be quite the
People
opposite
die,
from
I like
Destiny. That will be like a very more serious undertone. But
I think
needless
Griffin's in
to
there.
say,
Black
I'm
Comedy.
having so much fun, and I regret that I
When I think
didn't
of
got
black
in
comedy,
the
I think of
Borderlands
Destiny.
bandwagon so many years back. But hey, I'm in now,
Kevin
and I'm
Hart.
enjoying every second of it.
And Kevin Hart.
So that's pretty much about games. Also, before I go, yeah, there's one thing. That playable teaser, PT, whatever it's called, Silent Hills teaser. Okay, I'll say I played for 10 minutes and I couldn't stand it. Man, that's a big mistake. Played that thing at night. Give me the chills, motherfucker.
Dude, I haven't slept
that
well
game
in
was
4
a
days.
motherfucker. But hey, Hideo Kojima,
That's
Guillermo
a see
del
you.
Toro. Ooh, I'm looking forward for that for the next 3 years. Because hey, it's Hideo Kojima. You know how long he takes to do games. He takes his fucking times.
Yep.
But yeah, enough about that. Let's go through tangents. Let's go one that I explained but wasn't broadcast from the last week's episode. It's about the Tomb Raider exclusivity with Xbox One. Okay, I'm not gonna go into the details. All that is out there in the ether. I just want to say to myself that I was one of those that I was bothered about the whole deal, and not with Microsoft, but with Square Enix. Hey, Microsoft wants like a competitor to Uncharted, whatever. It's okay. Although I hope Microsoft and Sony also learn their lessons about how they word this stuff on press conferences, because the wording was so bad. And hey, I thought they learned this shit like a year and a half ago when they announced Xbox One and how they announce stuff. So, Phil Spencer, you deserve the whipping that you got from the European press, that afterwards, the wording that came out of your mouth felt like you were so fed up with it. So, but aside of that, I'm one of those that bother with Square Enix because Tomb Raider is an established franchise. Now, being said that, with the reboot that it was so successful, although it took a while to make revenue back, but I don't think that was the wisest route for Square Enix, because right now, including myself, I'm really pissed off with them. Don't want to support them whatsoever. I will not give them my money. And I think that Lara Croft was one of those franchises that, unless she was lost in the ether, she didn't need it to have this, at least even as it is time exclusive, because you're segregating a big part of the community, especially the community that has the bigger fan base or attachment of consoles out there. Sorry, I'm slurring. Like I said, I'm tired. But whatever it is, I hope Square Enix guarantee money. It's worth it, because I know a lot of people that would not buy the game even if they release it 6 months down the road or more. So yeah.
Well, how about over a year?
Like, let's say, just for an example, Bayonetta 2. Sega didn't want to publish it again or even fund it. Platinum wanted to make it. Nor Sony nor Microsoft got in the plate, and Nintendo did, and that's why it's in the Wii U. Now, people got bothered, yes, but after the wording and how they explained it, it makes sense. It's okay. Nobody stepped up to the plate but Nintendo, and that's why Bayonetta 2 is where it is. So,
but
enough
what
about
about
that. And I think that's the only thing that
what
I'm
about
going
the
to say about
developers of that
Tangent.
game?
Do we want to touch on that?
What about the developers of Tomb Raider? I think everyone's cutting them out. Like, yes, we want to be able to play the game too, but we didn't run out and buy that game.
Yeah.
So it took 3 years for it to recoup the money that Square thought it should have recouped, and in order to make a second one, they need to get more money up front. And Microsoft was willing to give them that money to make this game.
Yeah, like I think that's the question a lot of people aren't asking that I think about a lot is like, would that game have happened if Microsoft hadn't stepped up? And
I think that's the important part. Like, if we have to wait 8 months for it, we have to really think, like, would this game have happened without them? Chances are maybe not.
I think like the one point that the counterpoint that people bring up there is like, it was announced at E3 before it was announced that it was exclusive, but that doesn't mean that the contract wasn't being worked out. I think is worth touching on.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the other counterpoint is here is I don't think that Microsoft would have been the only one to step up to the plate on this game.
Yeah, they were the people that stepped up first, and they were the one that went out of their way to make sure it happened.
Or they were approached first.
Yeah.
It's also, I think, a good point to make that Tomb Raider, yes, it's an established PlayStation series, I guess, if you want to go back to its history, but its history doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
A, and B, Microsoft was looking for a competitor to Uncharted. Why? Microsoft has plenty of competitors to Uncharted called Halo and Gears of War and every other series that outsells Uncharted multiple times every time it comes out.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to match Uncharted in the dude who adventures in like ancient tombs genre. Like, they'll beat them money wise and everything else they do.
Yeah. So it's a moot point. Let's see what else he has to say.
Running long, and I want to say something about TMNT.
Oh God.
Yes, I bite the bullet last week, 2 weeks ago, and I just have to say that the movie is like,
That's why the thing.
not that bad. Not worse than Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, but not better than the OG first two ones and the CGI movie that Warner Brothers released like 6 years ago.
This
I
hate
think.
for TMNT3
So,
is unfounded.
Yeah. Just
No,
leave it there. I
accurately
have to
founded.
say that with Arnett was the really a poor executed character, and he's a funny man. You know, Arrested Development, as Batman in Lego the Movie, he was awesome. No pun intended. But
Everything is awesome.
Everything.
it's a horrible, horrible character to see in that movie, and I just hope they don't use him in the second movie. And just to say, even though they made a goddamn Easter egg or reference, Usagi Yojimbo, you should put that character in the second movie. Just, since it's Michael Bay, he goes off the rails, just bring Usagi Yojimbo somewhere, way, shape, or form.
Played by Martin Lawrence.
Spoilers.
And that's
Totally.
pretty much about that. I don't want to run any more longer, and I think I want to give some Koro talk. So, yeah, guys, thankfully everything's good. Missed one day of work because the whole ordeal in the hospital, and I hate losing work. But yeah. Oh, and before I go, it's gonna be a boy. I know it for 2 weeks
Oh,
ago,
congrats.
over 2 weeks. So it's gonna be a boy. So I'm gonna have my personal baby Mario, so I can shove
that
him
was
down
relatively
pipes
Italian.
and give him mushrooms so he can get big.
Don't
Yeah,
don't
don't
work.
do that,
Hit their heads against
Don't
bricks.
give me gestures, 'cause I'll be happy.
The
for that.
mushrooms.
But-
So we can get
Without
big.
further ado, have a fun one. COPR signing out.
Thank you, Silver PR. Mini PR is coming, man. Little
Mini
baby
PR.
boy, Silver PR. Make him a Twitter account, Mini PR.
Mini PR. Please make him a Twitter account.
Cool. Thank you for sharing, Silver PR. Man, fuck that new Ninja Turtles movies, man. I don't care what anybody says.
I still haven't even seen it.
My roommate.
What do you mean?
Like, my roommate came up to me. He was like, my previous boss Zach went and saw it, and he's like a huge Ninja Turtles fan. And he said it was just okay. I'm like, I don't care how much of a Ninja Turtles fan he is. That movie doesn't look like a good movie, generally speaking. Thoughts? Are
Didn't
happening.
you have to see it too, Navish?
No,
You didn't have
no,
to.
I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I made my case about that. Like I was going to see it with friends, but then he canceled on me, so I didn't go see it because I kind of don't want to see it. But like, aren't you being a little bit hypocritical, Alex?
How so?
How dare you?
I mean, weren't you?
No, I genuinely. Listen, I'm not in a state to recall anything I've said in the past about it, so.
I mean, it's like we
Just
get on
like-
Grace's case like every time about anything he ever says about anything.
Like the
we'll break
whole
it
like
down.
judging it before, like I'm going off of like everything I've seen about that movie again, obviously. So I haven't seen it. Maybe I would like it, but people were like, I saw the most recent trailer for it and I think it looks good, and I saw the same trailer and I thought it looked terrible from it. I thought it looked worse from the second trailer than the first trailer. It's just like I have no inkling to see that movie, and the reason that I feel so confident is that like I'm not going to pay money to see that movie and support it.
Yeah, that's the bottom line of it.
in order to see it and pass judgment, but like I don't know, like that movie never sounded like a good idea to me.
If somebody says this movie's good enough to buy it, then bring it over and say hey, we're gonna be watching this.
If somebody was like, you should watch this, and brought it to me and said, let's watch it, give it a fair shake, I would do that. But it's like the whole premise of the conversation that I've heard is just like, oh, like, they put out that second trailer and it made it look a lot better. I'm like, no, it didn't. It made that movie look worse. And I thought the first trailer at least made it look like what it was, or made it look more appealing to me. But like I'm not going to go out of my way to pay money to see that movie, to support it, because I don't think I should. But if I do happen to see it in the future and like it, then I will, of course, amend my statement. But right now it's just like I feel like I have no reason to see it, and it looks bad.
Yes.
In my
I
opinion.
agree.
Okay.
That is my true point, but the general point is I think that movie looks terrible. Again, think and looks are the key words in that sentence, but the educational statement is that I don't know for sure.
The PC statement.
The PC statement. I don't know for sure, but in my humble opinion, from going off of what I've seen from the trailers and the TV spots, nothing looks appealing about it. So there you go. We have an
Yeah, I'm
email.
not seeing it either, so there you go.
Yeah. I don't know. That is like $11 I just don't want to spend.
No.
I don't know. There have been people that are pretty up on it, but
I bet. Greg would probably like it.
yeah, you are completely right about that. And maybe it's just a fun romp. Who knows?
No, what? I want it to be a discussion. Fucking
Okay.
feel that in the damn email.
Don't just pass it out and just hand that to me.
Okay.
Keep your romp.
No, cause like what? Expendables 3? Transformers 4? These are all examples of things that generally this movie that I don't want to see. I saw the first Expendables and I thought it was generally okay. And then the second one, it was okay, I just don't want to see it. And everybody was like, you should see it. And I'm like, no. I don't want it on tape or something like that. If I happen to see it eventually, then sure, why not? And it's so weird with Transformers. I saw the first one in theaters. I saw the second one, bootleg on a DVD because my nephew just happened to have it, and I just watched it kind of from that. The third one was on Netflix forever, and I never even clicked on it. I don't know why. I see it there every time I started Netflix, but I just never took the time to even look at it. And I guess that's just the thing, is it just didn't appeal to me.
I get the idea of kind of just wanting to watch something for the sake of watching something, seeing explosions and people kick ass and take names. And I get that to an extent where I need it. In some cases, anytime there's a Liam Neeson movie, I have to see it. And I don't know what it is specifically about Liam Neeson that I fucking adore. But I don't know, Expendables never appealed to me. I saw the first 2 Transformers movies in theaters, and I watched the third one completely sober, and it was this is fucking terrible, and I blacked out parts of that movie. It was just consciously I was watching it. It was the moment where I was the other Transformers movies weren't that good either. This is the moment where I'm everything is becoming true right now. It was this weird moment of realization of I don't actually like this.
Who am I?
Who am I? I don't know. Again, Greg, for example, is very outspoken about he likes just robot porn, as he calls it, of just Transformers fighting and murdering each other and cool special effects and whatever. But I think there's a way to do it artfully and beautifully, like Pacific Rim, which is gorgeous in its own weird, ham-fisted, fourth wall-y, corny way. But then there's Transformers. It's too self-serious. It's not funny, and it's just it's only special effects and no real heart and soul to it. So.
And it's also that other people can ruin a movie for you, not in a spoiler type of way, but the general hype type of way. Kind of how you and me were about Frozen and Lego Movie at first. We were it's an okay movie. We saw those, that's okay, and then eventually we actually, had a time to sit in and we actually really like this movie. Frozen's really good, and Lego Movie's really good too. So it's I don't know. It's a weird kind of thing.
I really love Frozen. I think it's a great movie. And I couldn't have said that in the mindset of when it was out in theaters and people were all talking about it. So.
I'm so glad I saw Frozen before all the hype.
Yeah.
I love.
Justin, you like everything. Say something you hate. I'm tired of hearing you loving everything.
What do you hate, Justin? Name one thing you hate that.
You can't do it.
Wait, Justin. Name one thing you hate that isn't Greg or Mr. Knapp.
You're trying to make me think with alcohol on the mind. Alright, I'm gonna get some hate for this one. I'm sorry, Alex. Hunger Games.
Alright.
Really?
Yes. I have not seen the second one because I did not like the first one.
Do you hate Jennifer Lawrence, though?
No.
See? It's all okay.
Did you read the book?
No, I don't want to read the books either, though. I asked my friend about the books, and I got exactly what I wanted out of her.
Okay, like like 'cause some people who like read the books and it's like, oh, I don't like the adaptation. That's a valid criticism I feel for certain things. But
Yeah, I do. And my friend who read the books, liked the first movie. I watched the first movie, and so predictable. And I said that to her.
Yeah,
And
totally.
she's like, well, have you seen Battle Royale? And I'm like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, that movie. And she was like, that movie was predictable. And I'm like, yeah, but that was at least enjoyable to watch.
That movie's also 10 years earlier.
That's too.
Like Hunger Games, I totally see rubbing people the wrong way. I mean, I enjoy it. I don't love it. I mostly love it for Jennifer Lawrence.
With me, it's I started to sit down and watch it. I got bored. I left.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know.
you left the theater?
I didn't see it in theaters. It was just like on.
Oh, okay.
It's like, oh, hey, you should watch this. It's a good movie. I'm like, maybe I'll sit down. When people say, hey, come down and watch a movie with me, I say like, nah, man, I don't like movies that much.
Yeah, like
I walk away. But I'm like, all right, I'll humor you this time. And then I just got up and left.
No bullshit. Leave.
Yeah, I saw Hunger Games in theaters, and I would have not survived if I didn't have a friend next to me, so I could talk to him 3/4 through the movie and how dumb some scenes were, and how Lady Gaga was all over the place in the city, and how it scared the hell out of me that the future could be like that.
that's a great way to put it. I don't know, like for me, like the thing that bothers me most about the Hunger Games is just how much of a fucking bummer it is. It is the most supreme bummer.
Like, that's the part that I think could be interesting, but I don't think they play it out right. And
Maybe.
then I just got bored, so I walked away.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. Like I'm not sitting here like being a Hunger Games evangelist. I don't.
I know.
Love those things. It's like as soon as you start trash talking Harry Potter books, that's when I get legitimately upset.
I'll start trash talking the movies.
Oh yeah, fuck the
Can't
movies.
touch the book. Can't touch the books.
Yeah,
Fuck
don't
the
touch
third
books.
movie.
Fuck the third movie, and then 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th movies, because fuck all of those movies.
Fifth one wasn't bad. I actually
Oh fuck! Do you remember the montage that happened in the 5th Harry Potter movie?
Well, yeah,
Do you remember how they cut out all of the important parts about the 5th book?
well, I blame the third movie for fucking with everything else in the rest of the
Yeah, well,
movies.
the third movie's a train wreck. The 4th
about
movie is the only time they cut things out and it was okay.
True.
Except for the Dobby part. That
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
That's
I'm really
not-
fucking pissed off now.
All right, let's get to Harold's email because he's probably pissed off.
we have an email from
Although-
our lovely friend, Harold. What is it, Scott?
Without the books, the movies are still like pretty good to watch.
Yeah, like if you don't have that mindset, they're good. They're fun romp. As we will end this the way we started it. Harold wrote us an email. He said 2 questions this week. Again, this email's from last week, both borrowed / inspired from the Game Over Greggy show. 1, who would play you guys in a movie? My casting. This is Harold's casting and should not be determinant of anything. Alex as Michael Cera, which I'm just gonna put out there as fucking bullshit. Nabishin as Damon Wayans Jr., which is probably racist. Scott as David Blue from Stargate Universe. Evan, Saved by the Bell era Dustin Diamond. If that's Screech, that's fucking spot
That is
on.
100%.
That is so true! Oh my god, Evan is the Screech of Irrational Passions. And Tony...
I don't know who my guy was.
I don't know either. I watched Stargate.
I watched Stargate Universe, but I have no idea who David Blue is. I'm actually going to look this up.
Tony was written out because he's never around. Any particular people you guys would cast as anyone in particular?
Maybe.
I mean, let's see. I want to say you're not cool enough to be Michael Cera, so.
No, man. Fuck Michael Cera. He's such a twat. God.
Oh my god! Okay, David Blue. So
Yeah.
you, Scott.
Uh-huh.
Remember the geeky kid from Stargate Universe?
I actually didn't watch it, so like.
Oh, I'm
Or-
looking at a
or-
picture of him right now, and it's so fucking right there.
Yeah, it is completely right.
Yeah. The guy who would play me would be Xander from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I don't remember who that actor is, but that's totally who would be me.
There you go, Scott. Link in chat.
And I just
What
want
does
to
he
have.
do in the movie, or is it a show?
TV show. He's like the geeky tech kid. He knows the ins and outs and some stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that
All he needs is glasses.
for all intents and purposes, Idris Elba would play Jarrett if he were to ever be in a Irrational Passions movie. We've discussed this in the past.
I like to think he'd play old me, but young me would be played by someone else, and suddenly I'd have a British accent when I'm older for some fucking reason.
And you would be like way more cynical and gritty, and you'd probably kill somebody at some point.
In the Irrational Passions movie.
Exactly. Like now that Harold has put Damon Wayans Jr. in the. No, you know what? Dule Hill will play Nobishin in my Irrational Passions casting. He's Gus from Psych. If you
I don't know.
Yeah. That would actually be really good. Actually.
That's all I can think of. That's all I got for you, Harold. Justin, do you have any ideas to throw out there? Justin or Jarrett?
Well, I mean, for myself, I mean, you guys can come for me if you want, and I would choose my actor, aka actress, because we need some frickin'. Can't have a sausage fest up in here in the movie.
Okay, so you would be a girl in the Irrational Passions movie universe, cinematic universe.
Willa Holland.
Irrational Passions
so you're
cinematic
just
universe.
cheating.
I am cheating.
I would be Aqua from Kingdom Hearts. I'll say that I had something. No, Justin, who you would be played by the guy who plays PETA in the Hunger Games movies.
Oh, fuck that. I killed myself. Fucking hate that guy.
And Tony would be played by fucking what's his name? I'll remember the guy that punched out the guy who was the critic in the cartoon show. You know exactly what I'm
John
talking about.
Lovitz.
John Lovitz. Tony would be John Lovitz.
That rules. The fact that John Lovitz is now in this movie is
Oh, I gotta see this.
I can't fucking. That'd be so great. I fucking love John Lovitz.
What's also good is that if this is an animated movie, you know Troy Baker and Nolan North would just play everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, in all serious, I know who I would be.
Okay.
Andrew Garfield.
Andrew Garfield. Except you'd be American Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, well,
Which is like the
unless
only
I'm from the
character-
UK.
Garfield Andrew.
Garfield Andrew.
Well, actually, he was born in California, so technically he's American.
Oh, bullshit.
So he
man.
could run for
Half
president.
American, half UK. His mother was British, American dad.
Okay, I didn't know that. But he was raised in the UK, right?
Dan Smith.
No, when he was 3, he moved to Surrey, UK. So yes.
Okay.
Thanks, IMDb.
Or Greg could equally be played by a anime-loving version of John Lovitz. I'll just put it out there.
You can just
Anime version or anime version of that?
And instead of
I'm trying to see which
having, like,
version you're talking
double
about.
Anime
instead of
loving
having a
version.
double cut, he'll just
Okay.
put on and take off a wig.
And you'll watch him take off the wig and put it back on. Harold's
I know.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I know it's not an actor, but I thought we already established that Greg was Hifumi from Danganronpa.
Well, yeah, but he's a fictional anime character.
I don't care. Just bring him out, and he's Greg. You don't need anybody else. You just need Greg
Exactly.
to fit Greg.
Greg is Greg. Greg is love. Greg is all. Harold's other question. On the past week's Game Over Greggy show, Colin was completely starstruck over Step by Step's Christine Lakin. I think that's how you say it. I would have been too. I used to watch that show every week. Who is someone you'd be totally starstruck over if you got them on IP? Alex, besides Greg Miller. I had Greg Miller on the show, and I wasn't completely starstruck. In the same vein as Christine Lakin, probably Anna Kendrick, because she makes my heart stand still. She actually would cause me to go into cardiac arrest, is what I'm saying. She's wonderful and perfect, and fuck everyone else. He says that's it, H out. What do you guys got? Who would make you so starstruck you couldn't even speak?
Are we talking games
Nah.
or everything?
Fuck it, everything.
People.
Willa Holland. I wouldn't be able to speak.
She is pretty...
I would literally not be able to
Dazzling.
speak. I
Yeah.
think if I would see her at a convention, because I would like to see her, I would not be able to say a goddamn thing.
You'd just be like, well, there she is. I saw her. I'm leaving now. Bye.
My mouth would be on the floor, and I'd just like hold out something to get signed, possibly. It's either that or just sign my hand or something like that to get tattooed or something. I don't even know what I would do. I'd probably completely blank on what happened. So if that ever happens, yeah, I wouldn't be able to remember.
That's a good answer. Who would be yours, Jarrett?
You know, I really don't know.
You think Gooding Jr. I don't know. I just heard a random name. Don't worry about it.
Do you think
Oh, I didn't hear what your name was.
That's a Cuban Jimmy Gooding Jr.
That'd
Man,
be great.
Cuba Gooding Jr., I loved you in none of the movies you made. I don't know, because there was an experience once where I was super into Metal Gear Solid, and I realized I was always afraid, if I ever met, Dave Hayter, what would I do? What would I say? And then I did at a con, and he signed a picture, and that was it. And
And then you
all right,
walked away
That
and you're
wasn't
like-
that wasn't a big deal. So I'm thinking anything I used to love, does it even matter? If I meet them, will I even care?
It's all ruined for me now.
I mean, for me, I'd probably care, meaning quite a few people.
But you wouldn't be
I don't.
starstruck.
I'd still be able to speak.
Wait, who is one person that you'd get you would really care about meeting, Scott?
I don't know anybody from the current Zelda team.
Oh yeah,
Joan Rivers.
You fucking
Joan
I don't know who that is.
oh,
Getting that
Joan
bitch's
Rivers.
mind.
She just shoots acid out of her poisoning glands. And kills Scott.
Jeez, if that's what she does, I don't want to meet that person.
No,
I don't want to die.
if I met Aonuma, I'd be pretty starstruck. That's for sure. He's
If I had
directed.
to build a framework, though, in the same vein, they had a child actress that's all grown up, but they had an admiration for. If I had to start there, I guess, or an actress, maybe that I don't know. I can't think of a show. I was like, man, that girl in that show though. Mm-hmm. I can't think of a show that I ever thought that way, but if I had to pick one out of any TV show, it'd probably be Daniel Fishel, who was Topanga on Boy Meets World.
Yeah, that was the one that was coming to my mind too.
Must touch the honey.
That's what I'd say to her, and she'd be like, "Please leave." And I'd be
Please,
like, well, okay.
please never. leave me
This is
ever
my
again.
fantasy, but I'll definitely leave.
It's over now.
Maybe Jennifer Connelly too. I had a weird thing for her when I saw Dark City.
You and Max Scoville. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The one for me is what's her face from Roseanne? The
Roseanne
middle-
Barr.
No, yeah, Roseanne Barr. Totally. The middle daughter who played and I can't even fucking remember her name.
Oh yeah.
DJ.
No, not DJ, is it? No, yeah, DJ. The young.
I don't know.
The one who was
the goth emo one.
yeah, what? Who did she? I can't remember her name in
The
the
one I was like, she's dying.
Yeah.
one who's on a TV show now, isn't she?
Yeah, well, she
Like
was.
a couple now, wouldn't you?
I totally can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember her name either. But I know who you're talking
Darlene.
Something. It's
Sarah
like something Gilbert. Yeah, Sarah Gilbert does.
Darlene, who, like, she doesn't look good anymore. Like, she looks, like, super, like, she smoked cigarettes through her entire adult life.
She looks like how that character would have grown up.
Yeah, totally.
Sneaking out of the house, smoke cigarettes, hang out with dudes.
After they won the lottery.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, right? Totally after the fictional other timeline. Spoilers for Roseanne. But, like, when I was a kid, that was it for me. She was the one.
She was the one.
Yeah, you know.
I was pretty into Will's older cousin, Hillary.
Yeah.
More
Okay.
than Ashley?
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
that could have totally happened.
What about you,
And I've been down
Navshin?
with
Adam Boys? No.
That was-
I was just like, hug Adam Boys.
Hey man, I have an indie game I'm trying to pitch to you. It's called Hug You a Lot.
Can I do it? The end.
No, I don't really have anybody. None I could think of off the top of my head. Like, I met certain people. Like, I met Hideo Kojima at DGS. All I did was tap his shoulder, took a picture of him, and awkwardly walked away. We never even said a word to each other. So that was stupid. I would yell at everybody, so, it's the same thing.
Yeah, I feel you. All right, well that's we got everybody. Yeah. Thank you for the email, Harold. We very much appreciate it. You can send an email to us as well by sending it to mailsack@irrationalpassions.com. That's MAIL sack@irrationalpassions.com. You can also leave us a voicemail like Silver PR did at 404-590-1337. No other emails now.
Okay.
You can follow each of us on Twitter. I am at AlFighter27. Scott is at WhatTetchas. Nabishin is at Nabishin186. That's Nabeshin 186. Jarrett is at Jarrett John, and Justin is at the Sigma Omega. And some other stuff. You can rate and review us on iTunes because that'll help us out a lot. Please do it. And on Stitcher. Keep that in mind. Follow the show on Twitter at IrrationalPod for updates on when posts go up on the site and when stupid YouTube videos go up, like my Alex Plays Zelda series, which you can subscribe to on youtube.com/IrrationalPassions. Go to VGEvo.com, which is back in action now to see us. We're on the podcast network there. And see a bunch of awesome other podcasts and for a great community. And, of course, tell your friends about the podcast. That is the best way to spread the word and spread the love on us. And we are home-based at IrrationalPassions.com, so that's where you can see awesome articles, such as probably my PT article, which will be up by the time you read this, and then my post about Alex Plays Zelda, so there you go. That's it. That's the show.
The Smoking Hot Hyperdimension.
Oh, yeah, that
Rebirth review.
sweet hyperdementia.
It's another hyper dimension.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
That game. That's
Extra.
it. Extra Life. Oh, yeah, that's right. I didn't add it to this doc. Extra Life is October 25th. We don't really know what's going to happen there quite yet. But we'll see. We're going to work out the details soon.
Mark and Katie said they'll probably join the team. Not be there, but come up join the team as far as, like, being part of the Extra Life, so.
All right,
We'll see
cool.
what happens with that.
Justin said you mentioned that you were probably going to come.
I will definitely come for
All right.
Extra Life.
I had fun with you last year. Save for the part where you like throwing up.
Yeah, that sucked. But I think I have a better tolerance now, so that's good.
Yeah, we'll do better this year. We're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a good time. Don't know what we're gonna do as far as like live streaming plans, but we'll figure it out. Until then, stay tuned. Here is probably where you're gonna find out the details first. But once we have it all worked out, I'll post something on the website. I'll get our Extra Life page back and up again. But that's it. Thank you for listening, guys. Thank you, Jarrett and Justin, for joining. It was lovely having you guys on. God.
No problem.
You are quite welcome.
Sorry that it went for so long.
Days upon days.
Again, Famous last words came
Last
true.
words.
Told you. But it's like I said before, I'm on the podcast, so I don't care.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't gotta listen to it.
You're actively a part of the conversation, so you don't have to fucking listen to this shit.
Mark, on the other hand,
Yep, sorry, bruh.
Sorry, bro. Well, thank you to Scott and Option for joining me as always. Thank you, Justin and Jarrett, for joining me for this week. Joining us, I should say. Thank you to everyone who listens. Thank you to Danny Wiesner, the amazing musician that made our opening and closing music of Two Player Co-op and The World Is Saved, respectively. Again, big thanks to you guys who listen, and you are the best. You make the show go round. I've been Alex O'Neill, your host this evening. Play your games, stay irrational. We will talk to you guys again next week. Let's talk about
Hey,
some titles.
IGN
titles.
posted.
Read it, Alex, please. I can't. I just
Okay.
can't.
Titles. ... I got better. I'm sorry to cut you off, Jared, but Kanye West is the greatest rapper of all time. You go, girl. Believer of the Brick. Plus or minus adorable. Genocide is bad. The gameplay isn't king. It's peasant. Irrational Passions, Cinematic Universe, Famous Last Words, and Bayonetta 2 and Persona 5, of course. What do you guys like?
I like Irrational Passions Cinematic Universe.
I really do too.
I'm a fan of that, or famous last words.
Yeah.
I do like that one, but if we're going for realistic titles, Genocide is pretty bad.
Thanks, Justin. Scott, what about you?
I'm leaning toward the cinematic one.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot that I need my phone again for the last voicemail. All right, Cinematic Universes. I'll say the title, or I'll say the number because I haven't said it in a while. Who wants to say the title? I don't care who.
Yes.
Justin.
Sure.
Irrational Passions Cinematic Universe.
I think I can do that.
All right. This is Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 192.
Irrational Passions Cinematic Universe.
Justin's played by a woman.
Because I am a woman. Wait.
All right, so everyone keep recording except for Jarrett, since you don't have to stick around for Core Talk. You're done, Jarrett. You can wrap it up.
Oh my god, I forgot about Core Talk.
Play more Diablo.
Play more Diablo.
We have 3 episodes to cover.
Yeah.
I'll
I
get
should have
to
gotten another drink.
You'll what, Jarrett? Sorry.
I'll get to the exporting then.
All right, cool. You may you are free to go. Thank you for coming on especially on such short notice. It's always lovely having you on.
No problem.
And I guess I hope you had fun venting your frustrations about Hyper and Dimensions and Neptunia.
Yeah, it's good. Me writing this review is going to be real good for me, I think. It's going to be a real interesting situation.
It's going to be real good for everyone else on the internet regardless, so... I'm excited.
All
right, guys.
I'll catch you guys later.
Indeed.
Bye-bye.
We'll play Diablo soon.
All right.
Bye, man. So... Let's talk about Korra, guys. For those listening, we're going to talk about the last 3 episodes of Korra Season 3 change. So, thoughts?
There's some fucked up shit that happens.
There is some fucked up
Yeah,
shit
let's start with episode 11.
Yeah, so episode 11 I was like actually a really big fan of.
Wait,
It's-
not or really?
Really big fan. I like pretty much every episode this season. The Ultimatum.
Yeah, same here.
Where Mako and Bolin kind of get out of Ba Sensei, rescue their family, and meet everybody at Misty Palms Oasis. And Zahir kind of like kidnaps the Airbenders.
And don't forget Tenzin being a badass.
Tenzin like goes out like a champ. I was
He
worried
does.
that they were gonna fucking kill Tenzin.
Same.
Honestly.
I thought he was dead by the end of the episode.
Yeah, like
if he had done, I'd have been like, he's so dead. He's so dead.
They did not go easy on him even after he was fucking down from exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, goddamn, that was hard to watch. Honestly, it was just he was fighting so hard, and it was really cool. There was a moment when I was watching this where it was like just Tenzin and Zahir going toe to toe. It was really cool. To
Tenzin
actually,
was winning. Let's not forget that.
yeah,
Yes.
to like actually see someone who is better at airbending than Zahir. Because like clearly he had pretty much studied airbending philosophy his whole life. Zahir, that is. But Tenzin had Avatar Aang on his side as a teacher, so.
Yeah, during that whole episode, especially when Boomy and oh God, can't remember her name.
Kaya,
Denora.
Kaya.
Oh shit! What am I talking about? I'm tired. I'm so
you're fine.
tired.
When they were getting their asses kicked too, literally when that was starting to happen, I'm like, are they really gonna kill all three of Aang's like sons and daughters? That would be
Yeah.
freaking nuts.
And
Like,
they didn't, but they put them all fucking through the runner. That's for sure.
oh yeah.
It was intense, man. That was like that was a good setup for a finale, I'll say. Mark Griffiths tweeted at us saying it was a good podcast, even though it lasted about a year. But we talked about a bunch of JRPGs, so it's all good. So there you go. Yeah, I really liked episode 11. And it ends with the Red Lotus capturing the airbenders and being like, hey, we got them, so the end.
It ends on a cliffhanger if they caught them.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
we're not
actually
really
show
sure
it. Yeah.
But it's tense nonetheless. So then there's the finale. Unless Nobshin, you have anything to say? I know you're tired, but anything to add?
No, what the hell?
So the finale, the last two episodes, Enter the Void and Venom of the Red Lotus, where shit just immediately gets incredibly fucked up.
We thought it was not going to end within the last couple episodes. But then again, I also thought it was going to be a 12 episodes.
Yeah.
And ended up being 13.
And like the Red Lotus is still a problem after the end
It's
of this.
Right.
So that is like I'm excited at that being possibly like coming back up in the future. But just like the moment when Zahir's love interest totally gets murdered.
Oh my God! I tweeted that.
I was like, oh fuck.
As soon, I mean, I waited till the end because I didn't want to spoil anything and make sure I didn't. But as soon as the thing was over, I'm like, holy shit, Suyin, I don't want to fuck with her anymore.
Yeah,
like, if I was in that universe, no, I'm gonna be like super nice to her because holy shit.
It's like P. Lee or something.
Yeah.
I'm looking at her name written, which is P apostrophe Lee.
Yeah,
So I don't know how to pronounce that.
Pele or something like that. I forget how they pronounce it.
Pele.
Pele.
No.
Pele? I don't know.
No.
Pele. Pewe.
Jokes. Continue.
But like, yeah, Suyin fucking throws her armor around her face right when she fucking uses her combustion technique, and I was like, oh. And like they did it. The cinematography, or animated cinematography, I should say, was very clever. Of like, you see the shot of the armor going and wrapping around her and then exploding, and then it just cuts away, and you don't really see her after that.
Until Zahir says, "You just killed my girlfriend."
Yeah.
They don't use kill.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like Zahira says, "Someone I love died today as well." And that's kind of like the only way.
Family show.
That's the only way they address it, but like it is. It kind of reminds me of like Star Wars, in how like people die and mature things happen, but they find a way to like demonstrate that and skirt around it so they can maintain the rating that they have. But man, can I talk about MVP Bolin for a little bit?
Not yet, not yet.
Oh man, that was.
What do you want to say, Scott?
Okay, well, first, I think it's a little too much Avatar: Last Airbender of what Zahir pulled. You know, Aang, Avatar State.
Oh, like the whole fucking flying thing?
Yeah. Well, it's not the flying thing, but how he gets it.
Well, like
It's oh hey yeah, we've seen that before twice. I think this might be the fourth time.
but like Aang was the only one that we had seen actually fly, kind of like without anything specifically holding him up. But like Zahir does it. Like
In
when
the final battle, I think.
In the
right?
final battle, yeah, he was.
He was in his Avatar state.
Right, but he wasn't using like a firebending propulsion. He was just up off the ground.
Yeah, he was just lifting himself up freely.
Like even Korra in the Avatar state wasn't just in the air. She was using the propulsion.
Okay.
Yeah. Like when he has all the elements surrounding him, for example.
Yeah, I just felt it was like more that he was using his airbending to keep him up, but sure.
But like what Zahir did specifically was different.
Yeah.
And it was like when his girlfriend had died and all of his worldly possessions, as he put it, had basically been extinguished. That is when he could do it, and that's when he did do it. And again, the kind of like him pulling from the ancient airbenders was super clever, I thought. But yeah, they went full fucking Son Goku on us. That is all that popped in my head was just, this is so Dragon Ball Z, and I am so on board with it.
I felt more like it was like, wow, we got all this main left. Let's just fucking use it all in this last episode because that animation was insane.
Oh my god, that final fucking fight was crazy. It was awesome too.
But right now it's time for Bullet.
Okay, so like Bolin, I was like,
he's totally gonna use that metal building, right? He's totally gonna use that metal building,
right? That's what
in a dire situation.
Oh, they red herring you so well. Oh god, it's so good. And the noise I made when he started lava bending, it was indescribable. It was the most squeal I think I've ever made. And I probably shouted like yes, like out loud. It was fantastic. God, I love Bolin. He got his moment. I'm so happy.
And the fight between Bolin and then the other lava guy.
Yeah.
That scene with him and Bolin made me like that guy even more. Like, I don't know why, but there was just something about it that made me like that guy more as a character than I did
So
before.
much that you remembered his name.
I don't even remember Sparky Boom Woman's name until we said it earlier, or the wavy inflatable water arm chick's name.
That's my thing about this series, of this season.
Yeah.
About this book, this season. It's probably my biggest complaint about it. It's like if this was Avatar: The Last Airbender, yeah, blah 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 blah. Don't compare it to whatever. Like it feel like they would have been like more spanned out and stretched out, so like you could get more into their character depth and whatever. But sure, you got like Zahir, but like
the other
other than his
people,
relationships, we don't really know who they really are, and it's like just flesh them out a little bit. Like I don't know, like you know, like how Azula and like her crew, like we knew who they were. Like I don't remember them off the top of my head right now, but like she's like Zuko's former girlfriend, and like they broke up, they got back together, and the girl who like she was like kind of silly, and then she wanted to be a circus person, and you know like she's scared of Azula, and like eventually overcomes at the end. But you know, like they develop these characters, and like I just wish they developed them a little bit more. That's like my little only complaint about this book, but that's pretty much about it.
Yeah,
remember
a time constraint.
Yeah, it's Avatar: Last Airbender 25 episode chapters. These ones 12, 13.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
no.
this area out there.
I was gonna say, I also think it's not just the how many episodes constraint is. They're in like how many episodes? Like maybe four, I want to say, and maybe like 1.5 of those episodes or so, they only say their name once.
Yeah.
Like except for Zahir, which is every episode. Like you don't hear their names, so you can't remember that, and then all you remember them as is, oh, they did this crazy thing where she didn't have any arms, and all of a sudden, waving inflatable water arms. It's like that's the most memorable thing that I remember her doing, except for that final episode where she goes
He
all
called her Water Arm Lady. And then he called the other person Lava Man or Lava Bender.
Yeah,
Lava
because
Bender.
I don't.
Oh
remember.
yeah, also, Bolin is now the only Lava Bender in the world.
As far as we know, yeah.
Yeah, as far as we know.
Fuck. I fucking love Bolin so much. God damn. I have such a man crush on him now. I was waiting for it also in the Ming Hua and Mako fight for him. Like, I was like, just fucking use your lightning. I know you can do it. And then he did. I was like, all right, good. And
Okay. Okay. When I saw that, I totally forgot he was able to use lightning.
Yeah, well, because he
never
hasn't
used
done
it.
it since the first season, like since episode 2.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, oh, you just did lightning. Oh, so you changed as well. And then I looked it up and I'm like, oh, that's right, he did use lightning before. So right there was another prime example of something totally.
But like he had never used it in combat before, which makes me think like him kind of pulling that like in the last minute. And you can look at his fucking face; he looks kind of
Yeah, he looks
surprised
shocked
that he did it. Oh, he looks shocked. All right. I'm sorry, I'm done now.
And he totally looked like he understood that he just killed somebody with it.
Yeah, probably. Totes. He definitely had. That was bad. She's probably not getting up again.
Yeah, and that shocked face is another reason why I was like, oh man, he never used lightning before. I totally forgot. Because he looked shocked as well. And I'm like, oh, yeah. So.
It's super dangerous. Like I think that's kind of like the thing with him is like it hurts. It kills people. Like Azula nearly killed Aang with it.
Yeah.
When he got shot with it once. So that's like the not fuck around kind of firebending.
Mm-hmm. And if you mess it up, again, it will explode in your face.
Yeah, it could burst your heart. The Iroh is very specific about that. But like that all the showdowns in that last episode were super fucking phenomenal.
Tornado.
Yeah.
How about the Lassie?
I like, I was going to say, like, Jinora fucking stepping up and being awesome, and it totally paid off in that last scene. Like, were you guys expecting it to cut to Korra in the wheelchair?
No.
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 I was
expecting
her to not be okay.
I didn't think she'd be that fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Half dead.
Yeah, especially, like, in her eyes, you could tell. And the last shot of her crying was really heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but the shot of Jinora fully tattooed as like a master airbender, and she looked just like Aang was super moving. It was a really good like kind of last shot to end on. It has me just incredibly excited to see what happens next. Like I have no idea.
Tough. We had the Red Lotus. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it is. Totally. I think like what the Red Lotus were trying to accomplish wasn't necessarily a surprise, but I think the characters behind it were so compelling that I didn't mind that too much.
Yeah, I agree.
It wasn't like season 2 where like it was uninteresting because Unalaq was just totally a
Too
shitty
predictable,
villain.
the bad guy.
Yeah. And I loved the last moment where Korra's like kind of like chained up and she sees Zahir.
Oh, dude, she fought.
Amon.
I just forgot to mention that. Like her fight was that she was like bound up in platinum and she couldn't fucking do anything, but she's still fighting anyway with her dad. That was a great fight.
Yeah. Oh god, the moment where she breaks the first chain and fucking wraps it around her arm, Kratos style, is so fucking badass. Oh.
I was gonna say the scene just before that I thought was really cool, where she's hallucinating all of the.
Amon, Unalak, and Vatu. I thought
Yeah,
that
I
was
was
fucking
like,
awesome.
that is kind of cool. I will admit.
It made those villains carry more weight in that moment because
Mhm.
if you think about it, like that's the whole idea of this arc of Korra is people who want to get rid of the Avatar forever. Where in Aang's world it was different. The Avatar was needed, but because he was so he was gone for so long that people had gotten used to there not being one. And in this world, the people actively want to get rid of her. So it was good. I really liked it.
Voicemail?
Oh yeah, that's right. I had it pulled up too. It's just like this whole season has been super redeeming quality of just like what is so good about Korra and the way it tackles mature themes in a way that's it is like open to younger audiences, but I think for people who are older like us that grew up on Avatar, it's fucking
Matured well with us.
I'm sorry, Nabashin. Some of us, Scott and I, Justin is probably who's old enough. All right.
How's it going, guys? So we are here once again with some Korra talk regarding episode 11 through 13. Pretty much episode 11 was a setup episode. I mean, Tenzin and family trying to stand their ground, defending the Air Nation, and failing miserably because, they were going to get the beating of their lives. And pretty much, yeah, like that. Setup episode for what was going to become the most awesome two-parter finale that I have seen by far from the Korra saga. So here becoming Saiyan, I guess, because he started levitating and flying in the air. I mean, if you go and pay attention to his wordings, what he was meditating alone and quoting, I guess, that Airbender Master from 1,000 years ago, that it did also levitate, you pretty much telegraphed that it was going to go that route. So, yeah, enough about that. Also, the Red Lotus casualties. I mean, pretty much, especially Peely or Sparky Boom Boom Woman.
Peely.
Death.
Yeah.
Damn it. I mean, can it get more satisfying, that exploding head? That was, wow. Damn, that was dark. I mean, I'm starting to believe that maybe Nickelodeon couldn't broadcast these episodes. They were pretty much dark when it came to death moments. Also, Minghua's death under Mako by electricity. Yeah, that was so satisfying, especially from her, because she was the crazy bitch of the group. She deserved that. But
she's creeping out,
Bowen,
man.
also, lava bending pretty much came out of left field. I mean, we thought, or at least I thought, that it was going to be metal bending that would save the day, not lava bending. That was awesome.
I don't know. I was always kind of like, Bolin, you could move that lava.
You could do it, Bolin. You got this.
When the first fight, I'm like, hey, Bolin, try to move that lava.
Hey, Bolin, you wanna feel this one? Yeah, no, I was so stoked. Oh my god.
Learning how the lava bend make him stand his ground as Gazan at the end, and as always,
Gazan.
never disappoints. Putting a sock into Zahir's mouth. I mean, put a sock in, get it? And Opal
So
enjoying
perfect.
it. Yeah, that was awesome. But not before that awesome finale that it was pretty much like a Super Saiyan-like fight. At least it was a better fight, like the final battle in Book 2. So
Then fucking
that was
Kano.
so enjoyable.
Yeah.
And Jinora becoming an Airbender Master, that was pretty much expected. They were pretty much leading to that because Jinora, pretty much letting his father Tenzin know that she's not a little girl. She's pretty much not independent, but pretty much capable of things that her father were not. Didn't want. Maybe Tenzin didn't want to realize or accept, and pretty much Jinora sent the message pretty much straight at the end, and making her a Airbender Master. That was pretty much expected. But the most interesting about them all, it's Korra, pretty much ending in a pretty post-traumatic stress state after that life-changing experience, almost dying. I have to say that it's gonna lead very interesting places on Book 4. I mean, she pretty much got messed up, and you have to say that she pretty much had PTSD by the end. So I'm looking forward for book 4, whatever they expecting to put that on the internet or back on TV, whatever the decisions are gonna be made.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to say that book 3, very much satisfying by the end. I hope you guys have a good discussion about it. Without further ado, until next year, SoPR signing out with some Korra talk.
Thank you, Silver VR, again,
Mhm.
as always, for participating in our silly core talk. Yeah, man, I have fucking no clue what to expect from season 4. Like, this whole season has been a total non-predictable route, which has been lovely.
But there's this chance that season 4 is not gonna happen.
No, season 4 has already been ordered.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's definitely 100% happening, so we don't have to worry about
I didn't
that.
know that.
Yeah, we're good. But it might not be broadcast on Nickelodeon, but we'll see.
I hope they do make more money from it by not having to put it on television.
Yeah. We'll see.
I don't know if they do.
I guess we'll see what the reaction from it being online for season 3 was.
Because that's where I watched it, on the Nickelodeon site, because it was there.
Me too. Yeah. This was super convenient.
Support it.
Yeah. It was weird, season 2, I thought, as we've talked on the show before, I thought it was super predictable, and I even, fucking laid out exactly what happened before it happened.
And I was like, no, that can't happen. It's not allowed to be that way.
And,
And then it happened, and then I was real sad.
yeah,
And
it was just
you were pretty upset, too.
yeah, it was a bummer. I thought that season 3 added, the way season 2 ended, which I didn't predict, of them, opening the portals, added this unpredictability to it that they used really well. Season 1 had such a good villain that had such a great presence. And I love season 1. Season 1's still my favorite season.
I'm sorry, I have to flop to this one.
Yeah, same.
I loved
It's too
Amon
new.
so much that, I
Amon's
loved...
a really great fan.
Amon was good, but Amon's ending ruined him for me.
Yes, I loved how it ended. So I thought it was perfect.
Single tier.
Single tier, man. It was great. It was just I loved what his story ended up being and what he was saying ended up being. And I loved the contradiction of his existence, of basically him hating bending because of what happened to him, but him using it against benders in a way that was different. I really liked that. And I thought the way that season was paced was perfect. And there was pro bending. I really liked pro bending. But season 3 was season 3 was great. So I'm not gonna deny it. Just fucking outshines season 2 in almost every way. The best part about season 2 was Varric and Bolin, and that's about it. And the Juan episodes, of course.
Yeah.
Which were
Definitely.
incredible. But yeah, season 3 was just fucking quality from beginning to end. There wasn't an episode this season I didn't like. So I'm super stoked. I'm excited. I'm a fan again.
Book 4 better have more Bowl and Opal.
Oh, please.
There's not enough of that.
Book 4 should just be entirely
Whatever.
Bolin. What are you going to say, Notion?
Wait, when he pulled his mother off, when pulled Opal's mother off just to hug.
Oh, Opal, I was so worried about you. Yeah, I was so worried. Oh, God.
I don't know, man. I'm not entirely ready for a cocky Bolin yet.
Oh, he's not going to be cocky.
Bolin's always had this weird level of overconfidence in the complete wrong situations. I love it. I'd be curious if Pro Bending came back, although I doubt it will at this point. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from season 4.
Pro Bending was a cool arc, but I if it was there, it would have to be minor.
Yeah, it would not have to be the main show like it was originally. I don't know, people I assume are kind of used to the spirits and stuff. They didn't really play that up this season. They played up more of the world has changed.
I guess the first episode, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
expecting more, and then just the first episode.
I liked kind of like the world fairing of this.
Yeah, I'm upset that. Sorry, I'm cutting you off,
That's
but
fine.
I'm upset that the two spirits that was hanging around Boomy. Those guys did not show up all that often.
I miss
Yeah.
Boom.
Like even in the episodes that Boomy was in.
Yeah.
Boom Boom Junior.
Boom
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 Junior.
Jr. Right. Close enough.
I'm curious, like they introduced that one character, like the captain of the middle clan at the end here, obviously to implicate that she'll probably have more of
Yeah,
a
what
role
was
in-
up with that? That was such a weird thing to do.
That was
It's
weird.
like I'm this person, like, okay, I guess you're important,
Yeah.
and then it's like just walk away from it, like don't even really like do anything about it.
Again, like that's
Like, it almost-
probably
it almost-
she'll have a
It's
role.
it almost
probably
made, like-
something. It's this person will be important,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it's like, can't they be important when they're important?
yeah.
I was thinking maybe now that they showed more of what the Metal Clan is like, a fourth book might focus on them a little bit more and deal with them and some kind of issue with them, maybe.
Yeah. No Toph showing up too.
Oh, that has hints though. I was hoping she was going to show up.
Yeah,
No.
it's weird that she didn't show up.
Oh, one thing we didn't talk about.
Hmm.
Guitar's rendezvous with Zuko, and him being like, "What? Hyru's alive?"
Oh yeah.
He's like, "Wait, you spoke to my uncle?"
Yeah, and he's like, "Wait, what are you
His
saying?"
face.
And then she's like, "Oh, sorry, we gotta go do something." He's like, "Wait!" Yeah, we'll see. Like, there's plenty of threads left that I think they can touch on. More Iroh, please.
Yes.
But that's it. I think that wraps it up for Core Talk.
The final.
The final Core Talk for like another year, guys.
It's going to be a long year.
Yeah, we'll get you. Just I'm glad conveniently you showed up for like I wasn't even thinking about it, but for the finale of Core Talk,
Yeah, I didn't even think about that either.
we'll get you back on future Core Talks, obviously. So,
Sweet.
thank you for listening, everybody who's listened this far, and everybody who's watched this far. We will be back next year with more Core Talk, but until then, we will be back next week for more Irrational Passions. So bye, guys.
Bye-byes.
Mm.